I really don't know why it's being heard in front of them. What I do know is that they scheduled this last minute with less than 24 hours notice. So this is how they often behave, seeing that they can schedule it in front of an affairs committee that they know that they can push it through. So they picked the committee that they have the best option of getting it through, kind of unknown and unheard. So this is up to us, the people, to stay informed of these types of things, get involved and show up and push back, because that's the whole point. Is they know that what they're doing is unconstitutional. They don't care. They know that what they're doing is against the greater will of the people. That's why they sneak around and do things like this. So we have to show up and we have to push back. We know that they're going to pass it anyway, but it's up to us to make sure that they know that we're going to be relentless and we're not going to tolerate these types of things.
Join Alicia in her relentlessness by testifying online or in person if you can. That's today. They're going ahead with this before the Veterans Affairs Committee on Senate Bill 26-043. ArmedColorado.com. That's the hub of the wheel when it comes to your 2A rights and resources. Alicia has put that website together. And if you'd like to sign up for a concealed carry class, look no further than Alicia Garcia, concealedcarryclassdenver.com. Alicia, thanks for tuning in, joining in, calling in. You feel better now, okay?
I adore you, Ryan.
At Boomstick Babe on all the socials, and we appreciate her joining us along with Laura Carno during this 2A Tuesday, and we're hoping that Alicia is back to full strength come next Tuesday right here on Ryan Schuling Live. That's all from me from here for now. Thanks for joining us today. Do it again tomorrow right here on RSL.
Have you or a loved one ever suffered from an exploded head due to an extreme energy drink? Hi, this is Larry Deathstein, attorney at law. Every day, thousands of Americans pound extreme energy drinks and literally explode their heads right off. At Deathstein and Partners, we fight for you. So take action today and stop by the Deathstein and Partners office, where we only serve Liquid Death's new Sparkling Energy, a better-for-you energy drink. There's nothing extreme about it. With only 100 milligrams of caffeine, that's equal to a cup of coffee. Plus, Liquid Death Energy has got zero sugar and none of that freaky stuff like sucralose or aspartame. When it comes to extreme energy justice, Deathstein and Partners will fight to the death. Also, if you're not near our office, you can still try Liquid Death Sparkling Energy at fine retailers like
7-Eleven.
Or learn more at liquiddeath.com. Where? Liquid Death.
This is Dan Kaplis. When I first came out of law school, my firm gave me a car crash case to handle. No one else wanted to do it. I loved it. I got to help real people in a big way, and I got to be a real lawyer who actually goes to court and fights when my people aren't treated right. 40 years later, I love it more than ever. I accept righteous crash cases on a percentage fee basis. If you need my help, please call 303-770-5551 or hit dankaplislaw.com. That's Dan, C-A-P-L-I-S, law.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter.
Ryan Schuling here for Window Nation, and I've learned a lot about why they are the go-to option for new windows after interviewing Denver sales manager Ryan Quinnell. With custom-made windows for both your home and the Denver climate, Window Nation ranks highest on Forbes' list of best window installation companies. And now is the time to buy with Window Nation's Buy 4 Windows, Get 4 free sale. Plus, you could get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years, as well as a pair of Icon Pass 2-day sessions. Schedule a quote now at windownation.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later
What's
program
that?
lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home
I'll
first
tell you what,
on your timeline.
this
No
is the
waiting,
biggest
no
shoulder
showings,
season we've
no
ever
double
had.
moves. Then the
wanna
Orchard
talk
experts
about-
take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right
Crazy,
buyers.
huh?
Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into
Really?
your new home first
Why
and
do
sell
you
your
think?
old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with
Jesus,
Orchard.
that's good.
Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's orchard.com.
Much cooler for your Tuesday. Temperatures only reaching into the low 50s, which is still above average, with mostly cloudy skies and a bit of a breeze. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Verse.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll share the story of how one of America's great business leaders got his start as a paperboy.
Wow.
You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver. This is 630 KHOW, Denver's talk station, an iHeartRadio station. Wow. Guaranteed human.
God.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. It's been a week and a half and still no definitive answers in the search for Savannah Guthrie's mother, Nancy Guthrie. ABC News contributor and former FBI agent says there's likely lots of forensics investigations going on in the case.
They may also be sending tech agents or tech analysts that may have a different approach to cell phones, to cameras, and maybe even some forensic ideas. I mean, I think they're going to throw everything they can at this to see if they can come up with one piece of information and/or evidence that will give them at least a lead towards somebody.
Democratic leaders say a proposal from
What's
the
that?
White House is incomplete and insufficient as they are demanding new restrictions on President Trump's immigration crackdown and threatening a shutdown of the Homeland Security Department over it. Continued questions for Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, whose name appears several times in the Epstein files. He admits he took his family to Epstein's Island, but says he hardly knew him. This is ABC News. American skier Lindsey Vonn will need several surgeries in her future. She now says she suffered a complex tibia fracture when she crashed just seconds into her Olympic run. ABC's Maggie Rulli with more from Italy.
The 41-year-old out of retirement and racing in her fourth Olympics, posting on Instagram, "Olympic dream did not finish the way I dreamt it would. It wasn't a storybook ending or a fairy tale. It was just life." Adding, "My ACL and past injuries had nothing to do with my crash whatsoever." Vaughn, who didn't address any future plans, says, "Similar to ski racing, we take risks in life. We dream, we love, we jump, and sometimes we fall. Sometimes our hearts are broken. Sometimes we don't achieve the dreams we know we could have. But that is also the beauty of life. We can try."
Big game this afternoon at the Olympics. Team USA facing off against Canada, whose captain, Marie-Philippe Poulin, has been ruled out for the ice because of an injury. I'm Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Music is a bridge between the material and the spiritual. My name is Harvey Lauer, and I'm 82. As a blind person, you have to be aware that nobody can tell you what you can or can't do. You really have to try things. My folks got me a little radio in 1940, and that was the best Christmas present I ever got. When I was 11 years old is when I started to play music, play the piano, and then the accordion, and then the cello. My wife, who was also blind, was a good cook. When she died, that's when I started Meals on Wheels. America, let's do lunch.
1 in 6 seniors faces the threat of hunger, and millions more live in isolation. Drop off a hot meal and say a quick hello. Volunteer for Meals on Wheels by donating your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org. This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
The red flag warning for parts of Colorado has expired, but the fire danger in these warm, dry conditions continues. The National Weather Service's Zach Hyra says a ridge of high pressure remains stuck over the west coast.
We just need that pattern to break down. There's signs of that starting to happen over the next couple of weeks. It does look like we'll start to see more of a trough over the west and some ridging finally built over the eastern U.S.
Temperatures for the Front Range will cool during the week with potential snow in the mountains and rain in the Front Range by Thursday. Police have identified the suspect in a deadly weekend hit and run in Thornton. Investigators arrested 23-year-old Jeremy Nobles Jr. on Sunday. Police say Nobles hit a 14-year-old boy riding a small motorized bike on Huron Street Saturday night. The boy died after he was taken to the hospital. Nobles was booked on suspicion of careless driving, causing serious bodily injury or death, and failure to remain on the scene. That's the latest. I'm Brenda Stewart.
Now, Impact Traffic.
Yeah, we're looking pretty good right now. They cleared the one accident on 225 southbound past I-70. Backups have dissipated, which is good. Getting in and out of Roar is not really in a delay mode, but there is a crash on the northbound side near Parker. It looks like it's kind of on the right side there.
Hey, Tom, is Mike there?
Yes.
By chance?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. What would you like me to use? Because I'm getting conflicting things from your website and what I have in my...
Oh, you mean for the number?
The number and the website.
SmithPinkTrucks.com. And I believe is 392-4269, is that it? Yeah. Yeah, that you got them right up there.
Okay, all right. Just confirming. Thank you.
Blind squirrel finds nuts.
Anyway, so just to make a long story short, I think I was healthy going into it, but it was really the diagnosis. When they say it's 97% fatal, what they really mean is 97% of the time it's found too late. That's really what it means. Yeah. Because I didn't do anything to fight it. I caught it before it spread. You know what I'm saying? It's so it's really the survival comes on when they find it.
I saw that.
I mean, if they find it too late, you're gone, you know? So, D, feel free to come up with things for plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. Yeah, if you can, just in between. You always come up with intelligence.
The biggest thing right now is
Mark, were you just saying hi?
The new
I was, but that's let's talk.
Okay, furnaces and water heaters.
Okay, is Mark there? They call it low NOx.
Ultra low NOx. Ultra low NOx.
Oh, ultra.
80% furnaces and standard 40-50 gallon water heaters.
Wow.
Anything gas-fired.
630 KHOW in your car.
On my way to work in the morning.
And wherever you go.
On my phone when I'm walking the dogs.
It's now easier than ever. You can now set Denver's talk station as a preset.
Awesome. Doing it now.
On the free iHeartRadio app.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show. Here to help you every day. Going on 45 years here in Denver, longer elsewhere. The longest running radio show with the same host still on the air. And a lot of that time I spent with, I'm not sure if I like this or not when I say this, but I think it's been happy time with Marc Mager. And he's on remote as well. He's in his studio. I'm in mine. Welcome. Marc, what's on your mind today?
Oh, well, the Guthrie case still.
Oh, my God. That is so heartbreaking. I don't...
Yeah, it's crazy, man. I have no idea. Suzanne thinks possibly the brother-in-law had something to do with it. I'm starting to think it wasn't even a ransom scenario, like something went wrong during a burglary.
God, it
and they
really...
killed her or something.
It breaks my heart. I mean, Savannah Guthrie, she is so heartbroken. honest to God, it's just terrible. It's so mysterious.
Well, she's supposed to be out covering the Olympics right now. I mean, this whole thing has changed her life forever and ever.
I think so. We have a guest today, Mike Robinson from Smith Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, Electric Drains, whatever. They're smithpinktrucks.com. I'll give out the number they're out of the Springs up to Castle Rock down to Pueblo, and we'll talk about their services. I want to go right to the phones right now. Phones always take precedent at 303-713-TALK, 713-8255, or 303-MARTINO. And I believe Mary called 303-MARTINO, and we called back as promised. You never have to wait. And then there are so many topics today on the consumer drawing board I'll get to. But Mary, what is going on with you? What's happening, Mary?
Well, I live over on Harlan and Colfax.
Yeah.
At 1425 Home in apartments. And I moved in here on July 15th. And on September 16th, I spotted mold in my bathroom.
Uh-oh.
And
did you know that was one of the top complaints we've had last year was mold, and it's one of the most difficult things to deal with in renting because first of all, there is no legal definition of dangerous. So when people rent a place and they have mold in the place, they can almost never get the apartments, the management or the landlord to do anything because everyone has different opinions on mold. Just because it's there doesn't mean it's dangerous. Now, Mike Robinson, I don't know if you want to weigh in on it. You've probably encountered your share of mold tackling plumbing leaks. But here's the problem, and I'm going to let you finish, Mary, but the problem with mold, here's the problem. There's no standard. Mike, there's no standard. So you can't say, oh, you have this many parts per million, it's red flagged. Or there's no law that says a landlord has to provide for you mold-free apartment. It's just weird. In the laws of habitability, they cover utilities, security, pest infestation, all kinds of things like that, but they don't cover mold. Now, they do cover health and safety, but to make a case that mold in and of itself is dangerous to you, and therefore you have certain rights, that hasn't been established yet. I suspect soon, in Colorado especially, probably California, and most of these, and I say liberal states, the only reason I say this is because liberal states are more friendly to consumers as far as consumer laws. I think you're going to start seeing legislation controlling mold. Okay, I'm going to shut up now, Mary. You moved into Harlan and Colfax. When did you move in?
You moved in here on July 15th.
Okay, now tell me, when did you discover mold?
September 16th, and I'm a housing client through Stout Street Housing downtown.
Okay,
and
so how bad is the mold? Tell me your story. Just tell me what's going on.
We moved. A company came in, D&J Construction came in and removed some mold in the bathroom, bedroom, and closet. And I had my phone on record, and he didn't know it. And the DJ, the guy that owns the company, said that. I said, isn't that black mold down there at the end of my hall or bedroom corner? And he said, yes. They didn't remove any of that. It's all along the whole baseboards in here. If I sent you some pictures, Tom, you would be amazed. It's very, very sad what I'm living in. I'm 62 years old almost this month. I don't even want my daughter and my granddaughter to come over here. I mean, the housing ain't doing nothing. This manager's a slumlord is what he is. And there's mold.
How much is rent each month?
What? I'm sorry.
How much is your rent each month? Because there's ways you can deduct from the rent if you do it properly. So how much do you pay?
I only pay $280, but he charges a total of $1,400 a month.
No, I get it, Mary. Mary is on subsidized housing, right? You're on subsidized housing, but you still have your rights. But as Mark was saying, under the laws of habitability, there are laws that say that you deserve certain housing standards, and if they don't provide them, you're allowed in many cases, to withhold rent to solve the problem yourself. But it's very difficult to do properly. And if you don't, you lose your rights. But here's the big problem, Mark, that I see. If she goes for the warranty of habitability, she has to have something that is uninhabitable or something that is dangerous. We have to decide.
More important, she's got to have something to fall back on if they kick her out of there. Where she go?
Right. And here's the problem with mold. Mark's heard it. I've heard it. This is the problem with mold. There are no standards. Dee, did you have something to say?
Yeah, Mary, you said something that piqued my interest. You said that you recently had a construction company come over to remove mold. Why didn't they remove all of it?
Yeah, if they're already there being paid, it's not like the landlord ignored you. Good question. Why did they fall short of removing all of it?
September to January. I've been in here before.
Yeah, but Mary, when the contractor, Mary, I got to keep you focused. The contractor was there. The contractor was there removing mold. Why didn't he remove all of it?
Because it's the whole apartment, I believe. It's the whole apartment and other apartments in this whole unit are filled with mold.
So basically you're saying, do you want to move out, basically? Is that what you want?
He's already told me that I can move as soon as I find a place, and they're stalling on this. They're not helping me. The housing isn't helping me with the darn. The lady, my case manager, keeps
Mary, with all due respect, you're a 62-year-old woman. By today's standards, that's not old. You're not suffering from some incapacity. Why don't you just get out and look for a place to live and transfer your subsidies? I mean, right now, you're paying $283 a month and you're complaining. I don't mind you complaining, but let's do something about it. What's preventing you from finding another place?
Well, I've been going to the doctors, and they're detecting in my lungs.
Oh, come on, Mary. If you've been in there since July, you're not sick from mold yet. I mean, people, Mary, really, honest to God, if you want to move, let's help you move. But don't try to make a case that this mold is making you that sick already. It doesn't happen that way. No. I am so tired of people complaining about mold and exaggerating the health impact. They really do. I don't care what you say. Our parents and grandparents grew up with mold more than you could ever imagine. It was an everyday occurrence. Now, if somebody sees a spot of black mold, all of a sudden they have symptoms coming out the ass. Now, Mary, I want to help you get another place. That's what we need to do. We need to just help you get another place, and that will accept subsidies. Because you're complaining about the whole building. They're not going to knock down the building and build a new one. They're not going to do anything about the mold to your standards, because mold is everywhere. What were you going to say?
Maybe this is also a question for Mike Robinson that might help Mary. Mike, you must deal in your plumbing business. You must see mold all the time. How effective is it if you just kind of squirt it, from a squirt bottle?
Can't you kill it, really?
You mix bleach with water, and if so, to what proportion? And does it actually work?
I hear that you can kill it right on the spot. Right, Mike?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. So we don't even identify mold in our company.
Yeah.
We have to outsource it to a remediation company to actually identify what kind it is. How prevalent it is there any danger to it? We don't even talk about mold because it drives everybody into a frenzy.
I know it does.
Mold is everywhere.
I know it is, and people exaggerate everywhere about the dangers of it.
And there is a way, if she has a forced air gas heating system,
yes,
there are UV technologies, including UVC as well as UVV, ozone, that in the ductwork will nullify any airborne mold spores.
Wait. What is this called? What is it, a filter?
An ultraviolet light system.
Okay, and is it in every duct or in the main duct?
You put it in the main duct, so all the air that goes past it
is killed. It kills the mold.
It kills mold.
But that's not going to help Mary because she's not going to install the EV system.
So we're thinking about it. It's that there's technology like that around.
But what I was thinking about, Mike, from your plumber's perspective, I know you don't do mold remediation, but from your plumber's perspective, just to make it into a more safe work site, for your guy, do you ever just squirt it with a bleach? And if so, does that work? Does it kill the mold? How long does it last in your, experience?
Yeah, there is a water and bleach mixture that you can spray on that will take care of it. There's also a product. I don't remember it right now.
You got to take away the food source, which is water.
Normally what happens is you're seeing the front end, but it's happening on the back end.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So what happens is the water, the moisture is in behind the barrier.
Right.
On the wall.
That's right.
And it's coming through the drywall, showing itself there, but you have to actually open it up.
So the question is, how do we help Mary? That's really the question. Mary, we need to contact. Here's the first thing we're going to do. Hold on. The first thing we're going to do is have someone call the apartment management company or a landlord and simply ask them why they didn't remove it all. But Mary, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think you're going to ever get it to your standard because they're not, I can just tell you this. They're offering subsidized housing. They're never going to do it. They're never going to take out all the mold to your satisfaction. So that's why I say the impetus is on you. Go out and find another place that's acceptable that will take your rental subsidies. What program are you on right now, Mary? What program?
South Street, and I'm gonna send you some. Can I send you some pictures just to show you that?
Please. Put her on hold, and we'll look at some pictures. I'd also like to get Mark Szymanski on if we can. I got to take a break, and then Brandon wants to talk about AutoNation Subaru, and Keith is on the line too. Whatever is on your mind, give us a call 303-713-TALK 713-8255. This hour brought to you by Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. We'll do a free market evaluation of your home to tell you what it will sell for in this market with interest rates, supply and demand, your neighborhood. What will your house sell for? If you want to know, get a free analysis. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622.
Sure. This is the best.
Okay, what do we got?
This is what my guys carry with them. Oh. So that's
look it up. Hey, Shannon.
How may I help you?
Do I have anything here?
No, C note about nothing here.
Okay, there is no note there. No note.
Okay.
Under spots, I simply see that you're in a cell, but you haven't hit return.
I didn't tab out.
What?
I didn't tab out.
Don't yell at me.
No, I'm saying it. That I didn't.
Now I see it.
Out. Well, suck a dick.
Huh? I get this email from the scout abuse days. Just came in at 10 this morning.
Oh, it did?
Yeah. I'll respond to it.
It does. You're gonna get the Szymanski?
Yes. Did he ask for it, or did I mishear because you put drops in my ear?
You asked me.
But I'm going to just tell you something. There's never, you will never please her. You will never please. Once people get mold in their mind, it's done. They will never, if you have a rental and there's any mold, they will imagine they're sick. They will start getting symptoms. They will,
we got mold in the shower. So I take in my
Yeah.
stuff out in the truck.
Exactly.
Wait a minute, rub it with a brush, spray it off, and it's gone.
Yeah.
I saw something in my shower. If I don't clean, I get this little, which I think is a bacteria.
Well, hello. How are you?
Just a little pink bacteria. I think that's
Oh, you know.
I'd like to get Mark Szymanski at Genesis on to talk about killing mold.
Now,
do you realize the mold sport? Do you realize with the cellars we used to have in houses and all of that, how much mold we grew up with?
they bring dogs in. inspections. Did you ever see those mold trains?
Oh, fuck.
$1,000. We've opened up a few walls where they had things in the back for a while, and the whole cavity would be filled with it.
No, you want to clean it.
So you open it up, right? We don't. The remediation company opens it up, and they'll spray it all down a couple times, make sure, test it, make sure it's all clean, and it's done. But you got the reason normally is because they've got the old polybutylene pipe. It cracks. The UV exposed pipe, which will eventually crack a little bit, and it's just a little drip in the walls. So we saw that more with that polybutylene pipe in the last 10, 15 years.
But you're not talking about the new PEX piping. That's
at least from the 80s. Right? Yeah. It was, they used that instead of copper. It was cheaper, and it was supposed to stand up. But what happens is it breaks down underneath. It breaks down all the time. So
they saying anything good?
What?
From the
all these homes have it.
Yeah.
No, she said
we don't tell people to change it out.
Just wanted to see what you guys were working on, and
but
yeah.
And it's like
it will break down once you get one spot.
I need a starting point.
Yeah.
I need your.
Hey, Tom?
Yes.
I've only had like 3 mimosas, but you did want
Yeah.
Szymanski.
Yeah, Marc Szymanski, thank you.
Okay.
Couldn't be financed because it had or hear about that, you can't even finance some of these. Well, you tell people all the time too, they still have this federal.
Just try to encourage those callers to have patience and wait. I'm gonna go through this, and
oh no, they know what wonderful
people don't have patience anymore.
You've proven that.
And why are you being such a jerk?
I don't know. Just every once in a while, I look at this thing for what it is, and I am horrified.
Yeah, because it's a known fire hazard.
Besides,
I already had the squirt in Kelly's ear.
I have an ear infection, so yes.
Fire in your home is burning down. Started at your Federal Pacific panel. You have no insurance coverage.
That's still too loud?
That's
still too loud?
I don't hear it that much.
Yeah, because I turned it down. But...
I could still, yeah, I guess.
Where'd you find that out?
Yeah.
These are comfortable.
Those might be your favorites.
When did they stop selling those?
Oh, years ago.
Oh, 40. Oh, okay, so that's years ago. Okay. Yeah, I tell people all the time, they go, call your insurance broker, ask them. Let them know.
Kelly's gonna sit here and moan all day.
Yeah. Is that what you call a hormone?
Why don't you shut up?
Did I just say that?
Really, Tom?
A hormone? I asked the guys from QC Kinetics that one. Here we go.
Of our American stories.
Hi, Tom Martino. Listen, I want everyone to sit tight. We are going to get an expert on right now with the mold. Then we're going to go to Brandon about his AutoNation Subaru. Keith, what is your comment on this mold issue? Again, I just want to make this clear. Most mold is not going to kill you. Most mold is not going to harm you unless it's in such concentrations that is ridiculous. What happens is it's psychologically a barrier for most people, and they think it's killing them, and they're never, ever going to have a mold-free place, ever, because it doesn't exist. Molds are everywhere. The important thing is stopping mold growth and reducing the mold. It's never going to be zero, and it's just there. I would say the chances of getting toxic, deadly mold are maybe 1 in 1,000, if that. Go ahead, Keith. What's your comment?
Hey, Tom. I manage properties, and I deal with this a lot, and I deal with the mold hysteria a lot.
That's what it is. Mold hysteria.
And 9 times out of 10, it turns out that there's more mold outside than there is in the unit where someone complains about it. But I also wanted to share that bleach and water, according to the expert that I generally deal with, is not the best solution for killing mold. The best solution is, because it's water-based, you can still end up feeding the mold. there's a product called Sporocidin that is readily available through Home Depot or anybody.
Yeah, there are dozens of products. There are dozens of products. Mike Robinson uses one called Mold Control, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, Keith, these over-the-counters work. The only problem is if you're in an apartment where there's a leak behind the wall, it's going to come back eventually. Now, it takes months and months and months for it to build up to where it creates mold. But, Keith, have you found that spray to work?
Yes, it works pretty darn well. Better than bleach and water.
Okay, thank you very much, Keith.
It's just cheap and readily available.
Okay, I want to talk to Mark Szymanski, Genesis Total Exteriors. He has an entire division in his company that deals with mold. Mark, I'm going to tell you, the biggest problem with mold is the hysteria surrounding it. What do you do in an apartment where the baseboards have mold or where there's mold coming in? What can you do?
I mean, the number one thing is you obviously have to clean up. Some of the people on your show have already said that there's different products out there. And the one thing you want to be aware of, though, is a lot of times these products come in spray bottles, and that's not the best way to try to deal with this, because as you're spraying this product, you can actually spread the spores in the air that maybe not got no chemical on them. Consequently, now you have live spores floating around the room. It's best to do it with a towel and wet it with the product and wipe it down. And then you got to, what we do is we always, kill it, and then we encapsulate it so it doesn't come back. And we try to encapsulate the area that provides the food or, the organic compounds that the mold can live on. So we want to encapsulate that so it has nothing to feed on after that. That's the two things you need to do. Get rid of it, kill it, and then encapsulate. And
then, of course, get rid and then stop the food source, which is water, right?
Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. To stop any kind of water, because you always need water, and you need a food source like drywall or wood or whatever it might be.
Oh,
living
I see. I see what you're saying. Water plus substance equals food. Mm-hmm. So
right. Well, yeah. I mean, the food is the substance.
Right.
So the drywall, the baseboard. And so, again, you can encapsulate that so it has nothing to grow on, as well as, yes, you want to get rid of the water. But if you're in a bathroom, in a shower, and you're splashing water around, sometimes that's a little more difficult to do in an apartment if it's a small bathroom.
Yeah. So is there any standard whatsoever on what's dangerous in the air as far as spores?
Well, you do your survey, and just as people on the radio mentioned, sometimes there's if there's more mold outside, and that's your control space. When you do a mold test, your control space is outside the unit. If there's more mold outside or more spores outside than they're inside, then you're considered a relatively clean space for that day.
Okay. Thank you. That's GenesisTotalExteriors.com, 303-679-8509, Genesis. And I appreciate all the contributions you do to the show with your expertise. Mark, they do window siding, doors, they do decking, painting, and really they're a great company, and they do mold remediation. Again, Mary, what we should do is just have Deputy Dollar call down to the management company or landlord to see what their plan is for getting rid of this. For those listening, if you have mold around, what you can do is wipe it down with some of these kill products, and then it'll come back, but it takes months and even years for it to build up again. If it's behind the wall, then the best thing is to open up the wall and stop the leak, stop the food source, which is the water plus wood or drywall or insulation or stuff like that where mold can grow. Brandon, what's going on with your car? You have a 2013 Subaru Outback. What's happening, Brandon?
So Mark, last March I took it in because I had some problems with the vehicle. It was driving real funky. Come to find out, they changed the spark plugs and they said everything's good to go. 2 days later, I had the same problems. I brought it back in, and they did their little tests or whatever, and come to find out it was the coil pack. So they went ahead and replaced all the spark plugs. Charged me for the coil packs, and then I was good to go. Friday, just this on the 6th, I was going out to see my daughter in Craig, and about 3 a.m. I took off so I could. It was her birthday, and my car broke down in the middle of the mountain. I had to get it towed back to town. Luckily, I have roadside assistance, but anyhow, I had it towed over to Subaru AutoNation because I got a new transmission from them, and then the previous time that they worked on my car, everything was great. I love them.
Yeah.
Anyhow, come to find out, they said that the spark plugs were never tightened properly, and the mechanic that had worked on my vehicle had actually been let go because I'm assuming, maybe he was just a negligent worker and costing them money. Anyhow, they said that we're going to take care of this problem and, no charge to you. So they fixed the coil packs and that blew out or whatever. Gave me all brand new spark plugs, and they said when they got everything back in order or whatever, they did another test on it. And come to find out, now I have compression issues in my cylinder number 2, and they want $3,000 from me to.
All right, Brandon, I got some thoughts on this. I want you to hang on. I got to take this break. I promise. I just need to stay on schedule. I'll come back and we'll address this issue with AutoNation Subaru and his problem right after this. I'm Tom Martino.
Thank you.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver. Denver's talk station. An iHeart radio station. Guaranteed human. Now, impact traffic.
Yeah, we've got round 2 of rock scaling in the foothills there. I-70 at the Veteran Memorial Tunnel. That's the bottom of Floyd Hill near US 6. Traffic's at a standstill. They just closed it a short time ago, so we'd have some backups there. Should reopen hopefully within 10 to 15 minutes. Be prepared if you're heading west. We got pretty light drive on the freeways. There's still a crash working on 225 northbound at Parker. It's still jamming through that immediate area. And 270 heading east coming off I-76 at York is just a little sluggish. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll share the story of how one of America's great business leaders got his start as a paperboy. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
You know what? Fix It 24/7 does a furnace refurbishment unlike any other company. They take the damn thing apart. They take a couple of hours, take it apart, clean every nook and cranny, including the squirrel cage that surrounds your blower motor, and they make it like new. Here's the deal. It adds efficiency and life to your furnace. It's only $39 as an introductory offer to new customers because they want to show how thorough they are. FixMyHome.com. Book now. Just $39 for the extreme clean, tune, and check. You will never get this level of service for this price. That's Fix It 24/7. FixMyHome.com. Book now.
A family. Well, that's just super.
All right.
Hey, Tom.
What's that? Yeah. Do you do a $39 one? You really have to see what they do. I mean, it's truly remarkable. I mean, when I went, I said, oh my God, the furnace was spread out. I mean, they had everything out. Good. Excellent. How much? Well, yeah. For how much? Okay. That's right. So they do the $39 for first-time customers, but I'm glad that you do a thorough job like that because no one really does. That's exactly what it is. It's a blowjob. Yeah. That's right. That's exactly right. It's a blow and go. Vacuum and go.
Mad TV, Davey and Goliath.
Good.
We give free capacitors, contact.
Wow. Whoa.
For the 220.
Yeah.
Because those are the 4 failed components and we don't charge.
Davey and son of Goliath.
What's that music?
Oh my God, it's horrible. Davey, don't ask.
Shannon's conducting.
Did you forget? You promised that you'd help clean out the septic tank at the school.
Oh, I see. Shannon, are you entertaining yourself? Because you're not entertaining us.
So, Tom, are you familiar with the claymation TV show Davey and Goliath?
No.
Interesting. It was very popular, 70s, 80s, where little Davey and his dog Goliath would go on adventures, and Goliath would talk to Davey about the Bible and stuff, and it was a good, wholesome show. Well, Mad TV a few decades ago turned Davey and Goliath into little David Berkowitz and a talking dog.
Oh, God. Son of Sam.
And it was brilliant. Yeah. Brilliant. They walked past a car in the park, and there's a couple having sex in the car, whatever. And the dog goes, "Davey, I think she's laughing at you." And Davey comes back and shoots them both, and it was just...
You know what? So Shut up, Miss Shannon. You're a sick person.
This is what I have to work with.
Well, and you're sick too.
Ride. Oh, and what? Well, is it that bad? You keep begging me to ride you home, and I had to squirt in your ear.
I don't know if that's the right term. Ride her home.
She made me squirt in her ear earlier.
You know what? Adam says that too, but the whole problem is that I'm so used to Ubers that they always say
your ride is on the way.
Your ride is scheduled or whatever.
Your ride is here.
Oh yeah, ride me, baby.
Give me your ride. Ride it. How was your ride? Rate your ride.
Hold on. I am actually spreading marketing.
What?
Hey, we don't care.
Company.
You didn't have to add the word marketing.
We don't care. I'm going to have Deputy Dollar go out and check that woman's mold problem personally.
Wow.
Hey, Tom, I wanted to take that. He's kind of got a lot of cases.
Do you really want to take it? That's good. I'll put you down. Okay?
Yeah, put my name down.
Chopper,
Kelly, send
thank
it
you.
To me.
Yeah, see what that landlord says. Who's at the station right now? Chopper and Dollar?
Yes. Yeah, Chopper and Dollar.
Good. Thank you. I'll say hi to him.
You know, I did talk to a caller last week, and she told me that she wanted to meet Doc. She's single and available, and...
God, but she's never seen Doc, has she?
No, but she's 64, and she says she's pretty cute.
Yeah, but I just going to ask... Doc's got to clean up a bit.
Doc only saw the ceiling.
Oh, my God.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Listen, so we're gonna try to help any way we can on this, but I need to ask a few questions, Brandon. You have a 2013 Subaru Outback, and you had some work done on it, and they admitted that they didn't screw in the spark plugs properly, and they redid the spark plugs and the coil packs, but now you have a compression problem. So I have to ask the obvious question: how many miles on this car?
There's about 188,000. Yes, it is quite high.
You're not going to get them to fix anything if you have 188,000 miles. It's just not going to happen, because the engine is, you're just not going to get it, okay? The older a car is, the less consequential damages you can get. If this was a newer car and they literally caused you damages, then right. But they could probably, for what they did, your car is on borrowed time as it is. That's truly what it is. What were you going to say?
Brandon, do you have a technically valid reason to believe that the current compression problem is somehow related to the previous work they did on your car?
Well, I mean, just through Google. I mean, I did a simple Google search and asked a couple of like mechanic buddies.
Yeah. Even if it was a direct cause, I'm going to tell you, let's talk about losses. Even if it was a direct cause, they don't have to put any more money into that than the car's freaking worth. They don't owe him an engine at 188,000 miles. You would have to take that engine, depreciate it out, and subtract the life he's already got out of it. What damages is he going to get?
Well, no, I absolutely agree with it. But Brandon, I feel like Brandon attempted to tie the previous repairs to a compression issue.
Right.
And in my view, compression issues really have nothing to do with spark plug.
Oh, really? So listen, I don't know about that. I mean, I don't know. I'm deferring to you. So, Brandon, that's a good question. When they did the coil pack and the spark plugs, even if they didn't do it properly, how would that lead to your bad compression? And why is it only in 1 or 2 cylinders?
Yeah, see, that's where that's where I'm not 100%. Not gonna lie.
I don't think you're gonna get them to fix it, Brandon. Bottom line, I truly don't. And I want to help you, but I can't call this place and say to them, by the way, you worked on a car that had 188,000 miles on it, and now his engine is not working right. I mean, you could have had compression problems before, but the new spark plugs brought it out, meaning that you weren't getting full power out of the engine before, and now you are. And that would manifest problems you had previously. I guess the bottom line is, Brandon, without wasting your time, I don't think we can help you. I just don't think so. Mark, what do you think, man? You've been in the auto service business. Think about that.
Too many miles.
Yeah, exactly. And even let's just play this game though. Let's say, Brandon, they blew your engine. Let's say they caused it and you need an engine right now. You literally would get pennies on the dollar because the engine already, that what they robbed from you was an engine with 188,000 miles. And I always give, and thanks for calling, Brandon, I really wish we could do more, but I give the analogy of an apple. If you're eating an apple and you eat most of the apple and you have just a little piece left, and somebody comes up and knocks that apple into the dirt out of your hand, do they owe you an apple? No, they owe you what they knocked out of your hand. So you had most of the apple eaten. And even if this dealer did do harm, they did harm to something that was almost gone anyway. And that's how courts look at damages. 303-713-8255. By the way, Renew Home Innovations guarantees the lowest price ever anywhere in Denver Metro now for furnace replacement. RenewHomeInnovations.com, 303-904-2000.
Thank you.
Now, Impact Traffic.
Yeah, we've got round 2 of rock scaling in the foothills there. I-70 at the Veteran Memorial Tunnels. That's the bottom of Floyd Hill near US 6. Traffic's at a standstill. They just closed it a short time ago, so we'd have some backups there. Should reopen hopefully within 10 to 15 minutes. Be prepared if you're heading west. We got pretty light drive on the freeways. There's still a crash working on 225 northbound at Parker. It's still jamming through that immediate area. And 270 heading east coming off I-76 at York is just a little sluggish. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll tell the tale of Rosa Parks in her own words. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
We love good people. Sheridan Autotech, good people. They're honest. They have tremendous value in what they do, low prices, experience, and everything you want. Convenience in an auto repair facility. They do minor and major repairs and maintenance, including electrical issues. It's someone I take my car to. You should too. On Colfax, west of Wadsworth, well worth the drive. Convenient, well-lit, secure location. Beautiful facility. 303-455-7242. SheridanAutotech.com. Hey, you know how I feel about Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. It's a regular bromance. This man is honest and wonderful. He has such incredible skills for buying and selling real estate for you. He's a broker, but what he does first is a free analysis to see what your house will bring on the market. It's a complete, detailed analysis free of charge. So if you're thinking about listing, call Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622. So what I'm saying is, I'm going to turn my
Super sweet.
Don't spend it painting.
We have experts in that can talk to you more about this, but our experts here have ascertained that 188,000 miles is pretty substantial. Of course. Yeah.
I think maybe the brother-in-law might have something to do with this whole thing.
Is the brother-in-law, is that the brother or brother-in-law that when they show the three people?
It must be the daughter's husband, right?
I don't know. He just doesn't look like
Right.
he gives a rat's ass.
Yeah. That maybe I don't know, the daughter or something, the ones that live in Tucson, maybe mom was driving him crazy and too demanding, and he said, "Oh, we're going to take care of her." I mean, it's pretty sick. But I don't know. We'll see.
How close is Tucson to a border?
I think they're
close
to the border, maybe 50 miles or something.
Who was Nancy's boyfriend in the comic strip?
Nancy.
Buzzo, Buckle. I don't know. You remember the comic strip, Nancy?
Yeah.
Hi, Tom Martino here. I have a trivia question for you without looking on AI or Googling it. If you had enough, like my YouTube morons, they're on the chat every day. We get to talk to our morons directly. And you can, by the way, get on that. Go to Troubleshooter Network on YouTube. And by the way, we also have a text. You can text me 747-999-5280. 747-999-5280. 5280. Now listen, I have a trivia question. Mark, how much did Bad Bunny get paid for his halftime show?
You don't get paid for the halftime show.
Okay, he knows. Yeah, they pay expenses only, which can be a lot for the production, but they actually don't get paid. The performers do not get paid. That shocked the hell out of me that they don't get paid at all. And this is something else that shocked me. The Supreme Court.
I'm shocked that shocks you.
Yeah,
if someone gave you 100 million people that would watch you, I mean, that's pretty much worth it.
I get it, but yeah, I get that. Now, this is a major deal, and people I don't think get how major it is, but it's the Supreme Court right now taking up the question: what is a consumer? There is a debate going on. What is a consumer? Why? Because consumer protection statutes are written for consumers. And the high-tech companies that are being sued by so-called consumers or people, the high-tech companies put up a defense saying the people suing us are not consumers. They're not even customers in some cases. They might be customers, but they're not consumers. Here's what they mean. When you go to a website, any website, whether it's a Meta website, a Google website, any service, anywhere, the mere fact that you sign up, you get a newsletter, you have even a login or a membership or anything like that does not make you their customer or consumer. You are simply signing up. Therefore, you have no rights. So when you sign up and we sell your data, you have no right to privacy because that's only for consumers. And truly, it's got to be the issue, and the Supreme Court is taking it up right now because, again, I'm signed up with Amazon. I'm signed up with a number of, I'm signed up with Consumer Reports. I'm signed up with all kinds of things. I can't even think of them now. Websites where you're a member, okay? But are you protected under consumer protection statutes? The Supreme Court has taken that question up because the lower courts looked at it and say, some say you are a consumer, some say you're not. So is it anyone who buys something? Is it anyone who consumes something, or just the mere fact that you signed up with this website? For example, Facebook, that's the big one right now. That's one of the services. When you sign up for Facebook, when you have a Facebook page, are you a consumer? Does Meta have a right to manipulate your information and to do what they want with it? According to Meta and their attorneys, and according to some lower courts, you are not a consumer, and you do not have the right to privacy, and you do not have the right to any special protections because you are not a consumer. If the Supreme Court decides that you are not a consumer, then that is going to blow up all the consumer protection statutes. They're going to have to rewrite them and say that a relationship with a commercial provider is where the protection is. What do you call them? They're not necessarily customers. Some of them are, but are they actually consuming something? So what they may have to do, if this goes through and the Supreme Court says the mere fact that you sign up, the mere fact that you have a newsletter, the mere fact that you are part of their universe online, if they say you're not a consumer, then consumer protection statutes have to be rewritten to include these people. What would you call these people? Maybe users or whatever. But the term, for the first time ever, consumer, is being bantered about and discussed, and the Supreme Court will actually bring up this topic. Mike Robinson is with us from Robinson Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, Electric Drains. Mike, what is a consumer in your mind? If you sign up for Facebook or Amazon or any other service, are you a consumer of that service? I mean, you're just a member, kind of.
Yeah, you bring up an amazing point. Now, I never thought of it quite that way.
The high-tech people thought of it.
Yeah.
They said, wait a minute, why are we being sued for violating consumer protection? You're not a consumer. You know, you have a legal mind because you do a lot of lawsuits against people. What they're saying is you have no special rights simply because you sign up or log into our website.
Right. I mean, what's the larger context? What liability are they trying to escape?
Okay. Here's what they're trying to do. Some consumers, some people are suing high-tech companies for the lack of privacy, for invasion, for using their information, their demographics, and all of that. And these companies, what they used to do is bend over backwards to say, we're not going to do that. We're going to protect you. Now they're saying, you know what? The more we think about this, we don't have to protect you. You're signing up. We don't have any duty of care to you. And we can do whatever we want because you're not a consumer.
How do they justify reclassifying consumers into non-consumers if these people are consuming the service that the high-tech company provides?
That's the question. Are they consuming a service or are they just
new wealth awaits you with honest answers on how...
But it's really... So are you a consumer of Facebook? No, you're not. You say you are, and that's what it's argued. There is no right answer.
There are some laws that will actually classify you as a consumer. So, for example, I sue spammers.
Yeah.
And federal law classifies me as a consumer, even though I never consumed the spam.
No, but here's what I'm saying. Those spammers that you're suing right now, you're doing it under consumer protection. Okay. What I'm saying is, if the Supreme Court says the mere fact that you are approached by them doesn't make you a consumer.
Oh yeah, but
it might blow. Well, no, it's not.
The law actually defines me as a consumer. They would have to overturn that law.
Okay, wait. So how does it define the
telephone service?
But what does it say?
I'm a consumer of telephone service.
Yeah, but you're not a consumer of their service.
That's
that are
right.
the people texting you.
That's right.
So they're going to say, we don't owe you any level of care because you're not part of us.
Under different laws.
It's weird, but...
Well, the argument, and lawyers make great arguments. Sometimes you go, well, shit, I never thought of it that way. They make great arguments. So the point's going to be it needs clarification. Anytime you have ambiguity,
I know it.
Where one side can say this, another side, and both of you can say, yeah, that seems pretty reasonable. You are consuming their service. They go, no, you're not. You're just participating in a software application that we provide for you to use. You're
right. That's right.
At other people.
Right.
You're really consuming content of other people, not our consumer.
Exactly. I mean, that just like with Amazon, they're saying, Amazon is saying, you're consuming people we have on our site, but you're not consuming us.
Yeah, we're just a facilitator. Yeah.
So our facilitators, are they the provider? And are you consuming?
So how do we work it? We're using carrier equipment we install. We're the installing contractor, but we don't. Like I tell people, we don't manufacture the equipment. We install it. So if there's a problem with the equipment, we'll do everything we can to fix it.
I know, but technically, that's right. That's
because we didn't build it.
What I'm saying is, if the Supreme Court comes back and says that consumer must consume or something, or I don't know how they would ever write this decision, but if they come back and talk about users being different than consumers, a lot of these consumer protection statutes are going to have to be rewritten. It's a major, people don't understand what a major deal this is before the Supreme Court.
Oh, it's major, for sure.
It's way.
Because of all the precedent law that's out there.
I know.
Local consumer law.
Oh, this is in the context of the Video Privacy Protection.
Yeah, well, that's where it started, but then it got bigger.
Right, now it's going to have huge implications.
That's where it started because they said, wait a minute, you're signed up for Hulu. We can publish what you watch. We can tell people what you watch. You're not a consumer. You're a member.
Interesting.
You're not consuming anything. When you watch that movie, it's not consumed.
I'd have to read their argument.
I mean,
that sounds weak.
It's amazing what issues
they can
courts have to argue.
Yeah. Crazy.
I want to talk about gold too, D, because there's a big deal about gold right now. There's a lot of gold scams going on. Holy shit. and people don't know how to buy gold.
Yeah, we had a call like that last summer from a lady who paid 2x.
Yeah, people hear something, and they hear they should have physical gold. They hear they should have physical,
I know,
and then they just go without deep dive research.
It's so prevalent how people just. I just sit through using, but it's amazing how prevalent scams are. Like Bitcoin. Whenever something gets
Yeah, so the case is called Salazar versus Paramount Global. It's from 22. That's interesting. Okay. Argued that he lied. Huh. I think this is a pretty narrow case, actually, in opposition to what Tom put forth. This case really seems to be about defining consumer under the VPPA only. Privacy Protection Act. Huh.
I have a couple of questions I put aside that came in on that, on your, about asking about home services. So anyway,
and it's Smith, not Robinson.
Why do I say?
Because my last name's Robinson, so you.
That's right.
You just say, that's okay.
That's right. I always say that. God damn it, Smith.
It's just the name we bought.
Yeah. So anyway, so what's your wife's first name?
Eva.
Eva?
Yeah.
Not Eva.
But she's Polish, so it's
okay.
Eva. Most people call her Eva. But I call her Eva. She's my Eva and Eva.
Eva.
I'm a blessed man.
We all are. Well, not all of us, but so those fortunate enough to find it are.
Yes.
All right.
That's when Valentine's comes along. That's where.
But I like how Wally says it.
People are lonely. They're extra lonely. It's kind of a bad holiday for a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
Does your wife like how Wally says Eva?
Eva. It's Eva.
So she doesn't like how Wally says it?
Wally.
Who's Wally?
Wally.
Oh yeah.
Who is it?
Eva.
Yeah. Eva.
Oh.
We have those toys. My kids have those
awesome.
toys. So she
I
go,
didn't know that.
Eva.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. That's right. My kids have those Wally things, and they'll come up and bother her. She'll go,
Oh, I'm sure that's great.
How many kids you have? You have a superstar kid. You have a superstar kid.
I do. I'm so fortunate. Yeah. He's been a seconds class at
All right,
Air Force
Tom, where are you?
Academy. Number one in master's program at Notre Dame.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, I'm Tom Martino. What's going on in your life? This hour brought to you by Dan McKenzie. If you need a will, a trust, you're facing probate, or you want to avoid probate, get to Dan McKenzie, McKenzie Law. I love this guy. I'm using him for my estate planning right now, and I'm late to the game, by the way. You should never wait as long as I did, especially my brush with cancer last year. I honest to God, it's about time, right? But anyway, just get there when there's no pressure. The best way to do it. Mackenzie Law, 833-CO Plans. He's really good, really good. A small firm that gives you personalized attention. 833-CO Plans. And it's coplans.co is the website. Let's talk to Mike. By the way, speaking of Mike, we have Mike Robinson with us from Smith Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, Electric Drains from Colorado Springs. And I know we have a lot of Springs listeners, and they have great programs. I didn't realize this. They'll beat any price. They have this guaranteed low price too. I love this. If you get a quote for an AC or you get a quote for a furnace individually, they'll beat it by $500 or you get $500. If you get a quote on an entire system, they'll beat that by $1,000 or you get $1,000. That is really cool. Okay. I want to go to Mike. Mike has a question on utility easements. Mike, welcome to the show. What's going on with you?
Good morning, Tom.
Hey.
I live in Highlands Ranch,
Yes.
and Google Fiber is installing fiber in our neighborhood. And what's bothering me is we have a utility easement in the backyard.
Yep.
And Quest.
Did
not
you
Quest,
call?
but
Have you
Comcast
called
put in
before?
fi-
Let me ask you. Did you ever call before, Mike?
I have called many times over the years. I'm on your referral list.
But
I have
did
not
you
called
did
about
you
this
call
issue.
like a few weeks ago or about this or a few where? Okay.
No.
Listen, somebody called and they said there's an easement in the backyards and Google is not using those easements. Google is putting them in our front yard.
Yeah, and a big ugly box, a sprinkler valve
This call's
box, like
identical.
18 by.
Yeah. I know what you're saying. They're putting them in.
I just
Go ahead.
I'm just curious. Is there a utility easement that they're using? I mean, because I don't understand. I've always thought that there is an easement. I get that for utilities, but I would think it'd be in the backyard, not in the front yard.
Well, did you check to see? Okay, but for those listening, let me just summarize this because I had a call about this a couple of weeks ago, and then I had several texts. People are pissed off about this, and here's what's happening. When fiber is the new deal right now, fiber is going in all over. When fiber goes in, they don't take up a lot of it. It's a very small cable. It's a very small pipe, but they do require at each house, they require a subterranean box, like a sprinkler box. Now, people have no problem with these in the backyard where the utility easements are. But Google and other ones, by the way, not just Google, but there are other providers, and they are putting them in the front yard. In fact, wait till you hear this, Mike. You're complaining about Google. Wait till the other 4 companies come by. You could literally have 4 different boxes in your front yard. Did you know that?
No, I know that Comcast put in fiber, or somebody did 2 years ago in my backyard, but now it's in the front yard. I mean, I don't understand why the waste of money.
Do you have an easement in your front yard? First, let's ask.
I don't think so.
Then they can't do it. Then they
I don't
can't.
think there is.
Well, then they can't do it.
Right, but listen to what our caller said, Tom. He said, I don't think so. You know, and I think, how do you find out if there's an easement? You go to what government agency, Tom?
Well, first of all, you have to go, it would be on a survey that you had done when you bought the place, because most lenders require 100%.
Okay.
Absolutely. You can't get a loan without a survey. Okay. It's called an improvement survey to make sure all of the collateral is on the proper lot and no one encroaches on their collateral. So if you have a loan on your house and you closed on it, go look at the survey. It'll show the easement. Now, what government agency would you go to? You would go to the clerk and recorder, and you would pull a plat for you would pull a plan for your neighborhood, and it will show all the easements. So here's the point, Mike. The point is this. You either have an easement or not. So where were you going then with this? So let's say he either has one or not, right?
Yeah. So if he does, so if Google does not have an easement in the front yard,
right,
and they're, obviously putting in their utility without an easement, then I would ask that same government agency, what do I do? Who do I complain to?
Exactly.
Do I bring this to get this stuff out of my front yard?
I don't think people know. Mike, you bring up a good point, and that caller, I wish I could find that caller that called in. You're going to have, or not you, but everyone where they're doing this, going to have 3 or 4 boxes in their front yard. Can you see these boxes? By the way, can you see these boxes?
Yeah, they're 18 by 24. They're not small. They're valve boxes like your sprinkler. I mean, they're that size.
But aren't you only seeing the top of it, like level with the grass?
Yes, that is correct. That's correct, yeah. But it's still not attractive, and I don't know why you have to have one in every yard.
Do you recall this call before?
Oh, yeah, I was here for that.
What was the name of the company he was complaining about? It wasn't Google.
I think it was Comcast that he was complaining about.
I thought there was another one, too.
Maybe Xfinity or something like that.
What's that? Metronet? Nope, it wasn't Metronet.
This is a question for Brad O'Brien. Like, what does
it is.
What does our caller Mike do if Google put the box in the front yard when their easement is in the backyard? What can he practically do about it?
I'm gonna go out on a limb here. I'm gonna say I don't think they just encroached without an easement. I don't think there's a company alive that would do that and just say, listen, let's ask for forgiveness rather than permission. Maybe, but what do you think the chances are, D, that they went ahead and did this without an easement?
I think there's a good chance because it's not Google that dug up his yard. It's some obscure subcontractor, Joe's Trenching Service.
That they're just going to do it without an easement?
They might not know any better. They might assume that the easement is in the front.
Mark, what do you think?
I would guess it has an easement, but, anything's possible.
Wow.
I think Mike, our caller, needs to go to the government office and see where the easement really is and see if there's a second easement in his front yard. Maybe that's what they took advantage of.
How long have you been in your home?
6 years. 7.
Do you have your closing documents? Can you look at your survey?
I do. I'm not at home, but I could look them up and call you back for sure. I mean, there's no other utility. I mean, they marked all the utilities on my property, so there's not another utility line, no cable, no other line is running along our front yard. That's what's unusual to me is everything else is in the backyard. So I would have thought maybe that it's a pain in the ass for all those other utility companies to put their fiber optic in the back, and they have done it in the front if it was a permittable, because this seems like an easier route for them.
So did they just show up one? Did they just show up one day and how big of a trench did they make? It's very tiny, isn't it?
No, they're not. It's very. I don't know. I haven't seen a trench. I have only seen the box.
Well, it's not really a trench. They use like a lot of them use this blade that goes down. It looks like It really looks like a saw almost, a chainsaw. It looks like a chainsaw, a big one, and it goes down and it digs and it lays cable all in one little thing, and they pull it along, and that. But the box is the thing people are complaining about, not the burial, but the box. And again, I'm going to say this for people listening. You're going to have not just one box, but every company has their own box, and they put it at every home because that's where, in case that home ever wants fiber, and in case it wants it from a different carrier. Now, see, it used to be that cable was granted regular cable, like what we call cable TV. They were granted as franchises for a city. Why did they do that? Because they didn't want 15 different companies running cable TV. So they did a franchise system. That means if you want to have cable in a neighborhood, you have to apply for the franchise and be granted a franchise. So there's only one cable company laying cable for cable TV. That's the way it used to be. Then what you had are utility easements, and fiber said, wait a minute, we don't have to do that. We're more like a phone line. We don't have to ask for a franchise. We get the right by, I think it was the Federal Trade Commission or someone. It's the same law that says you have a right to different phone companies. Now it says you have a right to different cable fiber companies. So they're not going by the old cable TV franchise agreements. They're saying they are the last mile of communications, and communications are not limited to franchises. Only the entertainment part was. It gets very complicated. But in any case, what I'm saying is this: if there's an easement, you're out of luck. That's all of this was to say that. But you have to check to see if there is an easement or not. This is going to be a big problem. And also, if there's no easement, you may even have your neighborhood chipping in for a class action. But I doubt, and by the way, as Dee said, it's not actually Google doing it, it's a subcontractor. But I would believe, and you would know this too, that you could sue Google because they're working for Google, right? I mean, if there's no easement, don't you think the consumers or the homeowners can go after Google?
I would go after everybody.
Yeah.
And let the judge figure it out.
But that's a really good question. And we're going to talk about that because you brought up a good topic, Mike. Please call us back after you look at your survey. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. One Clear Choice Garage Doors, a great place to start for your garage doors, whether it's an opener, a door, any part of the door, any part of the opener. They're a great company, been around a long time, advertising with me, and people love them. They have 24/7 service in case you can't get your door closed at night, or you have a broken spring, you need to get it open in the morning, or you just want a great company. 720-370-3987. OneClearChoiceDoors.com.
Thank you.
iHeartRadio.
Olympics update.
The U.S. goes for gold in the mixed doubles curling as Corey Dropkin and Corey Teese face Sweden today after already securing at least a silver. Dropkin says they're excited for the gold medal match.
Still grinding that out. We're going for gold. We're looking forward to it.
The Americans have another podium chance today as Ralph Connor, Alex Hall, and Mac Forehand compete in the men's free ski slopestyle final.
For NBC's live coverage from Italy, search Olympics on the free iHeartRadio app.
Choice. I love choice. That's what Gravina's gives you, plus Heritage. They have a company that was started by their granddad. That's Nick's granddad. His father, Larry, took over 950 West Evans, and now Nick is in charge, and they have choice. 50 lines of windows and many lines of siding and doors. But the thing is choice, quality, and longevity. They have Heritage, and they have great prices. So if you're looking for siding, windows, and doors, Gravinas.com or 303-GRAVINA, Gravina, 303-GRAVINA. Okay.
Joe Key, my friend, we always talk about retirement and wealth and guaranteed income, but I want you to tell everybody about the books you have written.
That is right. You know, Mark, we have written 4 books, and 2 of them have become bestsellers. You know, we deal with retirement income, and this is really what people need today. A lot of people are concentrating on building their accounts, you know, and they should do that when they're young. But when they get to be retirement age, you know, nearing retirement, they shouldn't be thinking about building their accounts anymore. They should be thinking about accessing their accounts to have a guaranteed income for the rest of their lives. And this is really what the books are all about. And we are willing to give 7 free books to the next 7 callers. Okay, Mark? So they can.
And these are bestsellers, Joe. I mean, these are really about retirement and doing it risk-free.
Is that a Polish dish?
Exactly. And, you know, we talk about a specific product, which is called the Guaranteed Retirement Account, which is an annuity, a very unique annuity that offers a bonus to get started. And
15%.
15%, okay? Secondly, it guarantees a lifetime income. Think about that. So if somebody has an old 401k or even a current 401k, they can transfer that money into this fantastic account. And get
just the anxiety going away of knowing you're going to have that paycheck. A lot of us, you retire, you're used to that paycheck once a month. That goes away. This actually replaces it. The other thing I want to tell people real quick, then I'm going to give information out so people can get the free book. And if anything, it's a great read. Talks about retirement, safety retirement. But the long-term care rider with this annuity is incredible. That guaranteed money you get every month actually doubles when you need it. And we all know long-term care is so expensive. But reach out to Joe right now. Take advantage of the free book. Go to mymoneymyway.com. Go there right now. mymoneymyway.com. Thanks, Joe.
Very nice.
Jesus
Why was
Christ.
Tom talking about abortion?
What are you talking about?
Well, why were you chiming in on your position on abortion?
I was
Choice. I love choice.
Oh. You're so funny, Shannon. So funny I forgot to laugh.
Just ignore him. He does it to me all the time. Just ignore him.
I do it to you all the time. Yeah, well.
Although you have done some really good ones.
Did okay.
Yeah, I think so. Not Greeley. Not Greeley. Greeley is too far over. Greeley's east. So you would go. Yeah.
Put it in the form of a question, Kelly.
I mean, you're good to your people, Tom.
I told him there was a red truck.
You're not like
Get out of
it.
it.
That's cool. People are everything. That's what George said. People, you get good people, they can earn you so much money and they make money and everybody's happy.
He's starting with a $4 million sales rep right off the bat.
I know.
I think the guy in the studio was signaling a touchdown.
Health problems, then we can't use you.
Dimitri, you there?
Yep, I'm here. Yes.
Did you see those cars?
Yeah, they were pretty interesting. Thank you for sending me that email.
Oh, the depreciation?
No.
Oh.
No, really fancy made up old classic cars. I didn't.
They all had Continental kits. That was the thing.
Yeah, when was that?
In the 50s, I would imagine. Ask Tom. He was around then.
Let's see it.
She was younger.
Man, those things must have been hard to get into a normal.
American Stories.
Hi, Tom Martino here. I have Mike Robinson with me from Smith Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, Electric. And Smith, here's where it is, smithpinktrucks.com. For those of you listening from the Springs, Anthony wants to talk about an extended warranty. I believe it's called Endurance, right, Anthony?
Yes, sir, it is.
What's going on, man? What's going on?
So I bought the warranty probably 700 miles after my original warranty with my truck expired.
That's the time, if you are going to buy a warranty, that's the time to do it after the factory warranty expires, not concurrent with it. So what happened?
And I took it into the shop, and they told me my compression was bad in one of my cylinders.
Yeah.
Because of my time.
Hold on, you're cutting in and out. You bought the Endurance extended warranty, and then you had a problem with, what was the problem exactly with your F-150?
I lost compression in my eighth cylinder.
Got it. So what happened? Did they fix it under warranty?
No, they did not. They told me that it wasn't covered because I denied a timing chain replacement when I first bought the truck.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, you have to do all scheduled factory maintenance for any warranty to be in effect. So hold on a second. You actually, you just ignored the timing recommendation?
Yes, they never told me anything was wrong with it.
It doesn't have to be. I believe there's a service life to it.
Yeah, timing.
Timing
belts.
When I looked up on the manufacturer's recommendations, they never said anything about it, so I'm not sure if I needed to.
Wait a minute. Are you sure it's not in your maintenance manual anywhere about it? It's the F-150, right? That's a chain or a belt?
Yes, sir. It's a chain.
Well, maybe it doesn't have a service life. I think it's on.
Yeah, chains don't have.
Yeah.
But it sounds to me like he said that he declined a recommendation to have it serviced. What was the basis for the recommendation to have your timing chain serviced?
There was none. So when I first bought the truck, I was looking up like issues with it. So when let's say 6 months after I bought the truck, I took it in, got a compression test, and that was of May of 25, and they told me it was there was a little bit of loss of compression, but it was normal wear. And I have that in a service report that I sent over to the company, and they still denied it.
So Endurance is basically saying you did not do proper maintenance. Let's just get right down to it. That's what they're saying. You didn't get proper maintenance.
Correct.
Okay. So
yes, sir.
Okay. They look for any reasons they can to ignore it.
Yeah.
But the question is, was it something that needed to be addressed or not? How much? First of all, let's get to the problem. What is wrong with your truck right now?
From my understanding from the mechanic, they told me the loss of compression, I would need a brand new engine or something of that sort.
May I ask how long ago? How long ago was this timing chain recommendation made?
This was made in May of 25.
That makes no sense, though. I mean, they don't even inspect that. That's like a lifetime part.
And that's where I was sort of lost at, is they told me it wasn't covered, but they have no idea why I lost compression. The mechanic shop never dug into why I lost compression. They just did the test.
You mean back in May of 2025?
This was recently. I took my truck in last Friday.
No, I get that. I heard that part. And they say that you're losing compression. But what I'm saying is this. How did Endurance know that you turned down a recommendation in May of 2025? How did they even know that?
And who would recommend? I don't understand the whole recommendation.
No, I get that part, Mark. You're right. We'll examine that in a second. But I want to know, how did they even find out about your May 2025 service call?
So an inspector came out. He saw the truck and he asked for all the invoices of my recent mechanic inquiry.
And he looked at the invoices, and one of them was May of 2025, where there was a note saying they recommended a timing chain.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mark, here's what I think is going on, Mark.
Who
and Anthony.
Recommended it, though? Jiffy Lube? Who?
It was a company called Aspen Auto.
And why?
They never told me exactly why.
I don't think that's why it's being turned down. I'll tell you why it's being turned down. Because he had a loss of compression back in May of 2025, and they're going to say he should have addressed that and it got worse. That's what they're going to say. I don't think it matters if he put a chain in or not. They're going to say he never corrected the problem because he thought it was normal wear and tear. And they don't cover that.
Anthony, when did you actually buy the Endurance Auto warranty?
Back in, I want to say it was back in November or October.
Of what year?
Of 2025? It was after that service.
So that's a pre-existing condition.
That's what I'm saying. That's why they're going to do it. They looked at his work order and saw that he was losing compression in May, and he buys a warranty in November. They're saying that's exactly. I don't think it matters who recommended a timing chain or the timing chain at all. I think the reason they're turning it down is because it was losing compression in May, and it's a pre-existing condition. You hit it right on the head. So, Anthony, are they using the term pre-existing condition?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Mark, I don't think it matters that the timing chain part of it.
Yeah.
I think they...
Yeah, if it had the same problem, it truly is a pre-condition.
If it says anywhere on that invoice for May of 2025, if it says anywhere anything about low compression, you're cooked.
So on the invoice, it doesn't say anything about low compression at all.
What does it say?
When I took it to the mechanic shop, they said it lost about 5 pounds of compression. The normal is about 140 to 160.
I'm asking when the adjuster from Endurance turned it down.
Check. I have it in my files.
Okay. When the Endurance adjuster turned it down, he used the expression pre-existing condition. What is his evidence? Is it that they recommended a timing chain? Are timing chains recommended for low compression? Not necessarily. It could be rings. It could be anything. So I don't understand. How did the Endurance guy, how did he conclude that it was a pre-existing condition? How?
So on the invoice, it does. I'm not really sure, honestly. That's what I'm lost about. But on the invoice, it doesn't give you exactly what the compression loss was. It just shows a compression test.
On that, well, hold on. In that May of 20, all I'm concerned about is May of 2025. In that visit,
yes, sir.
In that visit, did it show a compression test?
It shows a compression test, but it doesn't show what the compression loss was.
It just shows there was a test. Does it say how many pounds of compression, or does it just say compression test?
It just says compression test.
I'll bet you he called that shop.
Or he just made it up. You know, Tom, and I'm not saying this.
No, you're right. You're right. Yeah. They're looking for a way to get out of it. Yeah. You're absolutely right.
And I'm not saying this to plug Sheridan Autotech, but Kevin over there has a lifetime of experience fighting with these auto warranty companies, and sometimes he's actually successful. Now, in our caller's case, this is an extremely expensive repair, so it would be worth investing a couple $100 more into getting this properly diagnosed by Kevin and see if Kevin can interface with Endurance on his behalf.
That's a good idea. Do you think you could take it over to Sheridan Autotech? Where is it right now? Where's your truck right now?
It's currently at the shop.
Can it be driven? Can it be driven, Anthony?
No. Well, yes, sir. Under the contract, it says if I drive the truck and
you have to have it towed.
Do any more damage to it.
You have to have it towed. But listen, I would call Kevin Calkin over at SheridanAutotech.com. Let me give you the number. Call him and tell him that you were on the show and that Endurance is saying your compression was a pre-existing condition, and then let him examine the invoice they're looking at. He might be able to get this covered. I don't know what else to tell you, or you got to take him to court. I mean, that's why these damn warranties are not worth it, because they will try to turn down every claim they get. Sheridan Autotech is 303-455-7242. 455-7242. Try that out and see what Kevin says. Let's get Kevin on too. Maybe that's what we'll do. Kachina, let's get Kevin on to talk about that for Anthony. Okay, let's get him on. And then Mac, I'll go to you about your building a shed coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. Waterpros.net. If you want the best drinking water ever, $1,100 fully installed. What else does Waterpros do? They do whole house systems. And here's the point. You will get the best systems at the lowest prices, bar none. I'm telling you, they're wonderful. A whole house, water softener, reverse osmosis, $46.95. Paul the Waterman. Call him 303-862-5554.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Ryan Schuling, Tom Martino, Michael Brown Reloaded, and Dan Kaplis. This is Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW. Now, impact traffic.
Yeah, another round of rock scaling as I-70 is currently closed at the Veteran Memorial Tunnel, so we are looking at those backups both east and westbound between Idaho Springs and the bottom of Floyd Hill. Should be reopening here shortly. Let's see, 270's better west as you're heading up through York. We had an earlier crash. The eastbound side seems to be a little busy, and I-70 west from Colorado heading over to Brighton's a little slow also. Southbound Santa Fe continues to be a delay if you're heading off of I-25 south down through Mississippi. Big backups in that area. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by The Carol Markowitz Show.
Hey, it's Carol Markowitz. This week, I sit down with Yehuda Reamer and Ben Ferguson to talk culture, politics, and the fights shaping America right now. Honest conversations you won't hear anywhere else. Listen and subscribe to The Carol Markowitz Show on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Joe Lazzara is a criminal defense attorney, and here's how he operates. It's really cool. If you are charged with anything, he does free initial consultations always, and then he will quote you a flat rate for your entire case. LazzaraLegal.com, 303-429-6200. You know, Fix It 24/7 is a company for plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. And I'm going to tell you this. For $39, they do a furnace refurbishment that you can't believe. They take it apart. They spread it out. They clean every nook and cranny. They adjust and tune the thing, adding life and efficiency. Why? Because they want to make you a customer, and it's just $39. That's why they do it for that ridiculously low price. So get them right now at 720-526-3939. FixMyHome.com. Book now.
Very nice.
Okay, thank you.
Well, yeah.
On that 15-second thing.
Yeah.
Weird that you guys are doing 15s now.
I live in Colorado Springs in the city. Oh, right of way. Okay, he's saying that that front yard might not be an easement. It may be a public right-of-way. It could be. Yeah, it could be. That's a good point. Oh, Kevin Calkin. Okay, I'll go to him.
Does it just disappear?
I wonder if the fact that it just has compression check says, well, why would he have done a compression check? I mean, is that standard or is that just automatically a red flag?
It wasn't like backing up to the cloud.
Oh, it wasn't backing up?
It's kind of like when you go in for an exam with the medical doctor and the health insurance calls it pre-existing, like you go in for a headache or something, it turns out you get a brain tumor. We had that happen one time where a woman was being seen for a couple migraines. She ended up with a tumor. This was in the days where they had pre-existing conditions. She was turned down. And then we had one where a woman had a bad knee.
Because it listens to everything.
and she was diagnosed with
I don't know. My
It's
son
like
uses
Alexis with
lung cancer or some ridiculous thing, and they made a
Alexis,
connection
yeah.
like, well, you had
Sometimes
pre-existing
I'll be
health
sitting on my
problems.
sofa
She had a
and
fucking bad knee.
like
She didn't
Alexis,
disclose.
yeah.
It was
TV
true.
will
She didn't disclose it,
something, and Alexa will wake up.
but it had nothing to do with lungs. I mean, but
There was some
yeah, they turned her down for non-disclosure,
something like that.
even though the two were not related at all. Like, even if she disclosed the knee, it would have had nothing to do with the lung. But back then, health insurance was terrible. They would find any reason to turn you down.
And that's what they do with all the home warranties.
Oh, they suck.
And so what they do is, even if you're right and entitled to it, they don't expect you to fight them.
That's right. That's exactly right.
We tell people all the time, save your money, get into our
Exactly.
security plan, discounts, guaranteed service from the provider providing the service.
Yeah.
As opposed to trying to find a third. I was younger, Tom. We create my place. I'd open up an insurance.
Yeah.
It's not hard. And provide home warranty insurance through my service company. I was younger. I was telling me that you don't look very old. And you're in good shape. You clearly take care of yourself. So, well, I followed Tom when we first met. You're like,
Yeah. A lot of good it did me, though, right? Bam! Slapped in the face. Well,
you were still alive.
yeah, maybe that's the case.
It's the reason.
Yeah. Now I'm coming back, but here's the problem. I'm never going to be able to gain more than I have. My doctor told me this is your body's thermostat now, because you lost your stomach, not your part of your stomach, your pancreas, and your intestines. So you are not absorbing enough to ever gain beyond this. Hi, Tom Martino here. Okay, Sheridan Auto Tech. We got him on the line to talk about this real quick. Kevin, here's what happened. The endurance warranty turned him down for an engine because they said he had a compression check done the prior May, May of last year. And they're saying, well, that must have been a problem, even though it didn't show the results. Now, I'm taking Anthony at his word. Anthony is saying that the note on the service simply says compression check. Kevin, have you dealt with endurance before?
Yeah, they're average. They're kind of hit and miss sometimes, but most of the time they're pretty good. The question I would have is, why was there a compression test done a year ago?
Now, Kevin, that's what I was going to ask you. When he had a compression check done in May, and then he has a problem with the engine afterwards, they're saying, wait a minute, you had a compression problem. They don't necessarily know that. They just know that he had a test done. So is that an automatic red flag, the fact that he even checked compression?
Well, no, not necessarily. There could have been a drivability problem. He had a bad injector, and they did a compression test or something. I mean, you got to get the results to get to
Anthony, are you sure they did not pull the invoice? I mean, they did pull the invoice. Are you sure they didn't talk to the mechanic?
I'm not sure. They never told me if they did or not. I'm just basing it off of what I sent them.
I'm just wondering if by chance how much research, Kevin, do they do on pre-existing conditions? Do you know?
Not much. I mean, there's not that much available to them. Other than like a Carfax report or something that they can read, with previous history. But again, I mean, I've done compression tests on engines and cars to try to fix drivability. It had nothing to do with the engine.
Okay, so this is what so I told him, go over to Sheridan Auto Tech and see if he can get it covered by endurance. I mean, they have to have more than just a hunch that you had a problem before, Anthony. But by the way, he truly was losing compression back then, and they told him that he was losing compression, but they said it was normal wear and tear. Isn't that right, Anthony?
Yes, sir.
How many miles on this truck, by the way?
Currently, there's 173,000.
That's so okay. See, they don't cover normal wear and tear, and that's what I think they're going to hang their hat on.
That's exactly what they're hanging on. Exactly.
Yep. That they're saying
not a failure, but just wore out.
Yeah, it just wore out. You're not going to get covered for normal wear and tear. I didn't realize you had 170 something thousand miles on the damn thing. That they will never cover that. Never. You see, it's terrible to try to make that argument that it wasn't pre-existing on 170,000 miles. It's going to be almost impossible. I mean, even if you even hung yourself when you said they told you were losing compression out of normal wear and tear. That's what they told you, Anthony.
Yes, sir.
So normal wear and tear.
Failure. Yeah, they'll cover failure of parts, but not worn out parts.
Yeah. So if your compression problem is age and miles, it's not going to be covered. But if you want to listen, if you want Sheridan to take a shot at it, SheridanAutotech.com, 303-455-7242.
Yep.
I'm glad you have my tonality down.
Now, impact traffic.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really enjoy it, but I got it.
Yeah. How many
Closed
minutes?
at the Veteran Memorial Tunnel, so we are looking at those.
Like 6 or something. Yeah, 6
right.
at least.
And the bottom of Floyd Hill should be reopening here shortly. Let's see, 270's better west as you're heading up through York. We had an earlier crash. The eastbound side seems to be a little busy, and I-70 west from Colorado heading over to Brighton's a little slow also. Southbound Santa Fe continues to be a delay if you're heading off of I-25 south down through Mississippi. Big backups in that area. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by The Carol Markowitz Show.
Hey, it's Carol Markowitz. This week, I sit down with Yehuda Reamer and Ben Ferguson to talk culture, politics, and the fights shaping America right now. Honest conversations you won't hear anywhere else. Listen and subscribe to The Carol Markowitz Show on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
You know, if you need a home loan, I want you to call John Clace with CMG. CMG loans out over $2 billion a month. What does that mean? That means there's no middleman involved. You're going direct. They have great rates. They have low fees. They do all types of home loans, including a 30-year line of credit, which I don't think anybody else does. On top of that, people that find it hard to get qualified for a home loan for different reasons, John can help. He specializes in people that are outside of what we call the box. Give him a call, 303-882-6679. Call John direct. You're going to love him. 303-882-6679. Now, let's talk guaranteed retirement. Think about that. You don't have a paycheck coming in anymore because you're retired, but you can replace that with some of your IRA or 401k and make it into a guaranteed paycheck every single month till the day you die, something you cannot outlive. And on top of that, if you get the right product, the true pension for life, it's going to include, listen to this, long-term care benefits. I want you to call up Joe or Jordan Keano and talk to them. Go to mymoneymyway.com. You're going to love the product. mymoneymyway.com.
When it comes to extreme energy,
Feet.
Yeah.
I said 15 inches.
That would have been easier. So I'm capitalizing it. You don't need to capitalize.
They released a video of a Nest Cam that caught the intruder with a ski mask on. Did you see it?
Just a few minutes ago, yeah.
Scary.
Yeah.
In your neighborhood?
No, they found the not found, but they have a picture of the guy that took Guthrie.
Oh, right.
Is that old news?
Yeah. No, that's brand new.
Allegedly.
Man, he has a ski mask on with just one guy. Who is that guy, I wonder?
Yeah, I think a lot of people.
Why?
Her.
Has anybody seen Matt Lauer lately? What?
Yeah.
I'm wondering why, though, and what this is all about. What was she doing that somebody, was it her that, I mean, did they even know it was her?
I think they're trying
making crappy quilts.
Well,
I think if somebody wants to get
one less quilt pusher.
But this guy is like, I don't know, man.
Evil looking.
He has a ski mask. He's at the door with a ski mask on. I want, but did they say the doors were kicked open? Would she let a guy in with a ski mask? Like, how did he get in the house? Was it unlocked?
Ma'am, it's really cold out here. Can I come in?
Yeah, I mean, if he's at her door with a ski mask on, how did he get inside?
Off my rifle.
How did he get inside? They never talked about that. Did he have a?
Dude, if I saw this,
I know.
Tucson in the mountains.
next time you hear is a
I know.
safety being released.
It's so hard to say what's going on here.
Is there?
Way up. In fact, I think it might occasionally get snow or it's like mountain women or
gloves and a ski mask.
I don't know why.
He's not collecting for the road bumps.
Olympics on the iHeartRadio app.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. So, Mark, did you see the video that they released of the doorbell? It was a Nest Cam that caught the guy at Guthrie's house with a full ski mask on. And
oh, yeah.
Here's what I want to know, though, okay? He's at the door. He has a ski mask on, okay? She wouldn't let that guy in, and there was no sign of a forced entry, was there? I don't think any doors were kicked in. So how did he get in to take the Guthrie woman?
I mean, he might have got in through a window or the back sliding door. I mean, she had a nice pool set up and patio. He didn't necessarily have to go in through that front door. But did you see the video or just the stills?
No, I saw just one video where his hand went up to the camera to remove it. Is that what you're?
Yeah, it's kind of strange. You would think that if it was someone like a gardener or someone that knew her and knew the house, you would think they knew that camera would be there. He apparently, just to me, looks a little surprised that camera was there, but I can't tell. It also looks like in one of the stills that he actually has a mustache, though.
Yeah, well, anyway, Mac is on the line. Mac, welcome to the show. What's going on, Mac?
Hey, Tom, I just wanted to get your opinion if you knew of anybody that will build an outdoor shed for a reasonable price instead of going through like Tough Shed or something like that.
You know what? Actually, Mark, do we have anyone on? I think Genesis would do that for sure.
Yeah, they would, but they're going to be the same price as like Tough Shed or anybody. I mean,
oh, he's looking he's looking to do it on the cheap, or I don't know. Let's see. What would you do?
I don't know, but make sure your offsets if you're in a neighborhood and everything's right. We've had calls on that.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. So listen, Mac. if you go to the referral list, Mark, who would you recommend that we have that might do a shed at a reason?
What area are you in?
Westminster.
Huh.
Well, I'd say Genesis is about the only ones I'd call. Maybe Handyman Matters. If you can buy a kit shed and then have them put it up.
That's what I was thinking.
I know someone in Colorado Springs that would do it, but they're not going to go that far.
That's what I was thinking, Mac. You buy a kit and then have somebody from Handyman assemble it. That might be a good way around it.
Okay.
And by the way, have you gotten a price from Tough Shed or those people? I don't even know how they price. Are they expensive?
Yeah, they're in that 3 to 4 range, but we've got existing fences, and to get it over the fence.
And by the way, what are you going to use the shed for? For storage?
2-car garage. Got it all cleaned out. Got Home Depot shelving in there now, so we've got 1 car in there now. We're going to get 2.
Oh, okay,
so
gotcha.
Christmas trees are wrapped up in Saran wrap and
right.
Bikes and that kind of stuff.
God, it's amazing how we spread out, isn't it? Thank you, Mac, for calling. Appreciate it. 303-713-8255. Okay, ultra low NOx. What does that mean? Mike Robinson with Smith. What does ultra low NOx mean? We hear about this new standard starting in 2026. You can only sell those, and you're allowed to sell existing inventory, but then everything goes to low NOx. What is it? Is it only for gas stuff?
So it's for what we call standard efficiency gas appliances, like high efficiency 90 plus furnaces, any condensing furnace, condensing appliance will be compatible or compliant with ultra low NOx.
Okay, so what you're saying is that so every new furnace or water heater or anything that is gas fired must meet these new regulations.
The new Colorado state regulations for ultra low NOx gas appliances, yes.
No matter what efficiency they are.
No matter what efficiency, but it really only falls on the.
Okay, we got more. Hold on.
Furnaces.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll explain that, because what were you saying about efficiency?
Hour 2.
That's the part I didn't understand.
So an 80% furnace, an 80% furnace, still uses venting for combustion air. So it's not a condensing furnace, meaning the efficiency levels of it aren't such that the gases coming out are so cool because they've gained all the heat from the appliance that
So they're not going to affect the high efficiency.
No, high efficiency is fine.
Okay.
Tankless technology.
So the high efficiency units from 2025 can still be sold. Okay.
Here's the point. The whole cut for the customer. Your choices of 80% furnaces are now over. There's only 2 models.
Okay.
And they're all standard efficiency.
Should anyone even bother with 80% anymore?
The only
because the price is going to be so close to the high.
Now for sure. Your 80% furnace is about the same price as a high efficiency condensing furnace.
And it's because they said even though you're low efficiency, you still have to have higher emission standards.
Correct.
Okay.
And the only way to do that, the furnaces had doubled in price. Like
the 80%
have doubled.
So now
you have no standards. I mean, you have no choices. Like the 82-stage variable furnace doesn't exist.
So basically then, why bother selling 80%? Who would buy them? Why wouldn't you just go for a high efficiency?
Here's the only issue, Tom. That right there, let's pretend, that right there is your mechanical room.
Yeah.
And you have 80% furnaces. Where do I vent the PVC?
For the high efficiency or for the 80%?
For the high efficiency, because now I can't replace your 80s.
But I don't have the eyes for it.
But you can replace the 80s. They're just going to be expensive.
Not with what you've got. They're only single stage,
the Scouts would have
non 2-stage,
the Scout show
single
down
stage, non-variable.
Where they hold the stock show?
Yeah, the Coliseum.
I mean,
yeah. And
you
there was always
can't
this
get
one
the
group
same
that would bring in their
style
train
of
set.
furnace. The
It was fun just
two-stage
to walk
variable
over. I
speed
mean, it was
furnaces,
huge
80%
way out.
are gone.
Okay,
go see
so
them
if you wanted to go with an 80%er, why would you?
The only reason is cost.
But the normal 80% is still going to be more expensive.
So today you don't have that choice, but now as a consumer, we would replace your furnace, our pricing on the furnace. We would have replaced your 80% standard furnace for $4,900.
Yeah, now
entry level furnace now is $9,800.
Okay, that's what I want to know then. Then why would you bother? Why wouldn't you go with a high efficiency?
You would have to go high efficiency. You'd never buy the 80.
Never. So they're gone.
Right. The consumer is hurt here by having to double. Like, I'm going to leave my house in 2 years. Why do I have to double my?
So the ultra low NOx to me means that it's NOx, by the way.
Still expensive.
So
ultra LO.
Like people
what it
look
means,
and then they say, oh,
ultra low NOx. What it means is low efficiency furnaces have to meet such high standards.
Facebook Marketplace.
That are they even bothering? Are they even bothering to?
Yeah, they make them
for other states. For other states.
One, California is the only other state that has ultra low NOx.
The only two states in the nation.
And in Colorado, here's the other thing. In California, because I was there, I was a general manager for a large company in California for a while back when they had these. They don't install those furnaces. You don't have to use those furnaces above 2,000 feet.
Carried it out to a light pole that I have at the end of my garage.
So now we have ultra low NOx furnaces all across our front range where everything's above 2,000 feet above sea level.
But basically, new 80% furnaces must meet
let them have it, right.
ultra low NOx,
higher standards.
I can give you the statute.
Higher standards. Hold on, that make them cost prohibitive. Okay, that's enough.
If I drive to Cheyenne and buy a good furnace, are you allowed to install it for me? Could you get in trouble?
Here's what the building departments are telling us. We are not going to check.
Oh, you mean if you can go to Wyoming and buy it?
Oh yeah,
that's my idea. I'm going to start
now. But so we have a special right now. The rest of the story is we made a purchase of 150 of these furnaces and 150.
You're allowed to sell them.
Allowed to sell at your inventory. And 150 40 and 50 gallon water heaters. A water heater is going to double in price. You know,
okay,
do it cheap.
Okay, so now with water heaters, it means regular water heaters have to have higher standards. Does that mean it's better to go with a high efficiency water heater?
It's just you're going to pay more.
You're going to pay more than even with the new standards? But the price difference is getting
much closer.
So why bother? Here's what I'm asking. Why bother going with less efficient high NOx or low NOx?
Regular NOx.
Yeah. Why bother going with that if the price is going to push you almost to the better?
100% agree. 100% agree. So like, the power vents, they're low NOx. Power vent. So a power vent water heater for us is probably $4,800 to $5,400.
Yeah.
The standard water heater is going to be about $3,600.
So
we were selling them for. Yeah.
Are you out of your mind?
Yeah, that's what they're going to say to us. Thank your legislators. That water heater we used to put those in for $2,400. The water heater cost, just the water heater cost alone, has almost doubled. It's up 60-ish%.
We're just going to start driving them in from Cheyenne for a part-time business. Just like smoking.
Wouldn't you get in trouble for that?
Only if they can prove that it was got out of inventory after January of this year.
If they'll have more known.
So new water heaters are going to double?
They're going to go up probably 60%. For a standard 40 to 50 gallon water heater is going to go up about
60%.
About 60%.
And come almost close to the higher efficiency ones.
Water heater's not as dramatic.
Okay.
But it's
right.
It's approaching the high efficiency cost.
Right.
Yes. But furnaces for sure. We've got some to help people transition, those that want to get out now with the new water heater. And we've got them still at 25 prices because we made a big buy of them to help people transition. But after they're gone, we're not. You're not allowed to replace.
Hold on.
No.
Why aren't we on yet? Come on, brother. Get your ass together. Oh, no, it's Dragon now. We're going to have all the annoying noises.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I have been waiting for a pickup line. Yes.
Dan Caplis, afternoons at 4 on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show. This hour brought to you by Renew Home Innovations. The lowest furnace prices guaranteed for replacement. RenewHomeInnovations.com. RenewHomeInnovations.com. And that's, by the way, 303-904-2000. And that's what they say, 303-904-2000. And speaking of pricing, let's talk about our Colorado Springs comrade here, Smith Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, Electric Drains. They say they're going to beat any price too. I love companies that commit to lowest prices. I really do. I think it's great. Mike Robinson is with us. And speaking of pricing, we've been talking about something you need to know about. And I want to try to make this, it's so complicated. I want to try to make it simple. So what I'm going to do is try to summarize it and then have Mike, add or subtract from what I say and clarify what I say. But here's how I understand it. There are new emission standards now for any gas-fired appliances. The new higher standards basically make the lower priced, less efficient appliances way more expensive. So in other words, you used to be able to buy an 80% furnace way cheaper than a high efficiency furnace. But because they have slapped these new emission standards on the 80% furnaces, they are making the 80% furnaces cost inefficient or cost prohibitive, right? Basically.
That's 100% correct.
So now if you're going to get a furnace and you can't find an older one that people might still have in stock, if you previously had an 80% efficient furnace, your best choice now is to go with a high efficiency furnace because the lower efficient furnaces are almost as much.
That's 100% correct. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
So
people are going to be shocked when they see. Well, they're used to, hey, I changed out a furnace before. I bought one. It's it's
whatever,
$4,500, $5,500, whatever for straight AC 80% change out. Now the 80% change out is going to be very similar or close to a 90 plus change out. So they're basically looking at $8,000 or $9,000.
And Colorado and California are the only two states with these ultra low NOx. Are other states looking at this standard?
That I don't know.
What? Why did Colorado enact it, I wonder? Just because they follow everything California does, don't they? I think we do.
It's hard to know.
I honest to God believe that Polis has someone spying on California and doing everything California does.
California's been doing this for probably 14, 15 years. I was there operating HVAC companies in the 10, 12, 14 years ago, and they had it.
So ultra low NOx means higher emission standards, better emission standards. So what we're saying is it basically makes the 80% furnaces cost prohibitive. It's silly to buy an 80% efficient furnace anymore because of the ultra low NOx emission standards. It's hiked them up to where they are as much as a 95% efficient furnace?
Virtually the same. And given the fact that you're going to get lower energy costs, and energy costs are only going up, so lower energy costs over time.
Get a high efficiency.
Spend a little bit more than 80.
They basically knocked the market out for 80% furnaces in Colorado.
I believe so.
Now, I remember Mark had a conversation with a guy about cat converters. We were talking about replacing cat converters that were stolen. And the cat converters approved for Colorado are way more expensive than other cat converters. And Mark said, if I ever had a cat converter stolen, why not just drive to Wyoming and get it replaced there? And the guy said, well, you can't, you'll be arrested. And Mark said, I'd like to know, Mark, you recall this conversation, right? Yeah. Mark said, I'd like to know what cop is going to pull you over and say, let me check your catalytic converter.
It's not illegal to put a cat on in another state. It is not illegal. I don't care what anybody says out there. Can you imagine everybody that moved from any other state but California would be arrested?
No, 100%, Mark.
Right. So now let's talk about these furnaces.
No, there was every time you tell me that, I think of this total jerk that called up going, oh, it's illegal. You're telling people to break the law. Think of how stupid that is.
Yeah.
Most of the cars in Colorado came from somewhere else.
Yeah,
you're right, Mark.
Your listeners should look up the Colorado House Bill 23-1161. So the Colorado
what does that say?
House Bill 23, it's everything to do with the ultra low NOx legislation that came through.
Okay, but now
and
go ahead.
No, I just that it lays it out pretty.
Yeah, but what the point I'm trying to make is this: when Mark was having that discussion about catalytic converters being cheaper in other states, it brought me to mind when you have ultra low NOx furnaces that are so expensive, but they're not in Wyoming. What would prevent a homeowner from driving to Wyoming and picking up a furnace without the ultra low NOx and installing it in
Nothing would do that. They could go right to Lowe's or Home Depot and do it.
You know, Lowe's or Home Depot in Wyoming,
yes,
and take it back. Would they be arrested?
No, where it becomes illegal is if someone that sells them in this state. If Mike was to do that and then sell one to someone in this state and install it, he's breaking the law. The homeowner's not, because they're not in the business of doing that.
Yeah,
Okay,
Mark, the only thing a little different from your scenario, which I agree 100% with, the only thing a little different with that is we are allowed to sell out our inventory of existing non-compliant furnaces. So we're doing that.
Yeah.
But the thing comes, when you install a furnace in a home, you have to have a permit. You have to pull a permit. Now, if you're the homeowner and you go get one and you install it yourself, but as a contractor, if the homeowner says, hey, I got this furnace, will you install it for me? Well, I'm supposed to pull a permit. And if they come out, although
what building inspector is going to ask you if you have an ultra low NOx furnace?
They're not going to ask, but they can look on the rating plate. So
do you think they would? If I went and listen, consumers, after all of these older furnaces are sold out and all you have are ultra low NOx expensive furnaces, if you go to Wyoming and pick one up at a Home Depot, take it home and you take it home to Colorado and you call a contractor to install it, will the building inspector literally look at the data plate? What do you think?
I would say that the inspectors look at all the rating plates because they have to make sure that your electrical's connected properly.
So you would only do that. The only way then to do that would be to install it yourself and maybe hire a handyman to help you.
And then you're not compliant with building laws, and what will happen is if you sell your home and they do an inspection, you could be in trouble. I mean,
no, I'm not telling people to do this.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering what are the workarounds. Because really, what we're saying is this: with the new emission standards in Colorado, 80% efficient furnaces are now almost as expensive as high efficiency furnaces. There's no reason to go with an 80% furnace ever again.
Yeah, there's the margin of difference if you're there at all for a period of time is not worth it. You're better to go the high efficient.
Yeah, because you're going to save money on energy as well.
Yeah, and again, you can skirt the law or you can work within it the best you can.
Now, water heaters, same thing.
Same thing.
Cheaper water heaters are now going to be twice as much or 60% more.
Yeah, the days of getting the $2,000 standard water heater installed, 40, 50 gallon, is over. The cost of these new low NOx water heaters make it so that it's going to be 2,800 low end, 2,800 to 3,200.
Okay, don't they come close to maybe a constant flow or what we call instant water heaters?
They're still going to be half of what we call, on demand.
Oh, really? So on demand are still twice as much as the ultra low NOx.
But there are condensing water heaters, higher efficiency between standard and then the
on demand.
That make it closer. And again, efficiencies, recovery time, all those other things may make the decision easier.
Okay, so right now, any contractor in the state of Colorado who are selling gas-fired appliances may sell existing inventory of the old emissions. But once they're gone, all new gas-fired appliances must meet ultra low NOx standards. And because they have to meet low NOx standards, it's almost cost prohibitive to buy them, and you may as well buy the more efficient models. In a nutshell.
That's in a nutshell, 100% of where we're at right now in Colorado.
And how many existing furnaces, did you buy up a lot?
So to help our customers sort of transition to this, because the sticker shock, you got to plan for this. Sticker shock is going to be very
outrageous.
Mm-hmm. We bought about 150, brought them into our inventory of the 80% standard efficiency, two-stage, and also variable speed two-stage.
And there are
two-stage low NOx.
All right. So you're going to sell these existing furnaces at 2025 prices?
Yeah. And we also bought about 150 standard efficiency water heaters.
But once they're gone,
then the price is going to go up at least 60% on water heaters and probably double on 80% furnaces.
Double? Think about this. I wonder if these lawmakers ever even thought of this. Did they think of it? That they have now doubled the price of a furnace?
Yeah, essentially doubled the cost to the consumer to buy a replacement furnace after this existing inventory is gone.
Tom, I just read the law that Mike referenced. It's not just water heaters and furnaces.
Okay, hold on. You got more to say? I want to take a break, and you tell me what this law says coming up. 303-713-8255.
Yeah, it's everything.
I want to talk about it, okay? We're talking about
running for office and have a message you want every voter in your district to hear?
I want you to
that's where radio comes in. Radio is your direct
when we come back
to morning commuters, midday grinders, and
is this a 15 or a 30?
Radio puts your message right where your voters are. Plus, it's 30. Time and cost of video. Don't just campaign. Connect with millions all over the country, even thousands in the smallest communities with radio. Be on the air in just 48 hours. Visit winwithiheart.com. That's winwithiheart.com.
Joe Lazzara is a criminal defense attorney. If you're ever accused of a crime or charged with a crime or a traffic offense or a DUI and you need an attorney, you will love the way he does business. First and foremost, he'll talk to you up front free of charge and give you free initial consultation. Then, if you decide to hire him, it's going to be on a flat rate basis for the entire case. Lazzara, Lazzara, LazzaraLegal.com, 303-429-6200. Okay, so... the real goal of this low NOx is to get rid of gas, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we're going to,
and we have more natural gas in this state than most anything.
It's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But so we're now pricing out at our low end is going to be a air handler with a heat pump is going to be our low end for an 80% furnace. But if you want a furnace only, it's still going to be, it's going to be more competitive with a furnace and AC combo. But if you just had a furnace, you're SOL because there's no alternative. But if you had a furnace and air conditioner, we can replace it now with a heat pump air handler. But again, people have to understand when the standard heat pump or the standard air handler isn't going to work under 20 degrees. It's just not. And there's not going to be enough of the toaster. That's basically what an air handler has in it, the heat strips, toaster strips, to handle a home heating. You're going to need supplemental heat with electric heaters. Okay. If you go high end, well, then Carrier and other companies have what they call a low temperature heat pump, which will actually produce heat down to -10. So those ones you're going to be okay with. But
how much are they going to cost?
Oh, that's a $25,000 system. From us, from some of these guys here in Denver, it's a $40,000 system.
Are you shitting me?
No. I could give you the names of the companies.
$40,000. I bet you Applewood's one of them.
Oh, they're $50,000. Applewood is so outrageously priced. But even up in the Springs, I mean, you've got the private equity group, the big four there now, that we compete against, and their prices are 30 to 60% higher than ours. I don't know how they stay in business. People just don't shop. They should listen to you. Get 3 estimates. One of them Smith.
Gosh, dang it.
But so that's the bottom end. The bottom end furnace and air conditioner market now is going to go to heat pumps. The furnace only market is for 80% is dead. Yep. You're going to have to go to a 90 plus furnace or a heat pump system for air conditioning. But the 80% standard efficiency market in Colorado is now dead. A 96 two-stage variable furnace is now, to us, cheaper than an 80 low NOx. Think about that.
So a lot of them won't even.
Well, we'll try to keep them running as long as we can for people, but eventually they're now. And what they've done, though, Tom, one of the things I told you about was this: they've come out with a new venting system that I can run up through your B vent. If you have a standard efficiency water heater, before we couldn't do that. They now have a new venting system that I can run up to existing B vent as long as I can get it. It's not. But the venting itself is going to cost you $1,800.
Why?
Because of the material. My cost on it is probably $1,100. So I'm not going to try to make a bunch of money off the venting because you're already paying up the wazoo for the water for the new furnace. But I'm just telling you that you're going to want me to do that rather than say, hey, I'm going to build a truss and run out through the side of your house and build a truss around it and then frame it in and paint it.
Yeah.
You're going to say, what? No, you're not.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
By the way, K&H Windows or K&H Home Solutions now has painters on board. KHWindows.com. 303-421-7100. They have painters, K&H Painting Pros that you can depend on. Hey, Dennis, you have a question for Mike Robinson with Smith. Go ahead. What's going on, Dennis?
Hello, Mr. Tom. Hey, could a guy buy one of those furnaces now and bag it in my basement for a year, 3, 4, or 5 until my furnace goes out, and then
Good question.
I could call you and have
Good
you
question.
come
With-
put it in.
If he buys an existing one, can you come and put it in later on?
Yeah, 100%, because the manufacturer date on it would suggest, and you'll have the bill of sale, would suggest you bought it from inventory. It doesn't have to be immediately installed. So yes.
So if you buy it from inventory now, you can hold on to it. That's good thinking if you have an older furnace right now.
Well, mine's about 9, 10 years old, and my water heater's about the same. So would he make a package deal on a water heater and a furnace?
I'm sure he would.
Yeah, we'll figure something out.
Dennis, I'm sure he would. 719-392-4269. Hey, Dennis, what do you think about the new emission standards? Don't you love this state?
Dude, I tell you, it's getting crazy here, man. You know, they're just pricing everybody. They're using our resources against us, it seems like to me.
You know, I'm wondering, in the long run, and I'm not against being good stewards of the earth, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But ultra low NOx, in the long run, is it going to matter? Is it really going to matter? That versus a regular efficiency, a high efficiency or regular efficiency. What is the ultra low NOx in comparison, the emissions on them? If you took a standard 80% and a low NOx 80%, do you know the difference?
I couldn't quote.
Not scientifically the actual numbers.
But there's virtually, from a runtime perspective, also from the fact that we're in the mountains.
Right.
There's no long-term data on the effectiveness of low NOx at elevation. There's no real world experience, because in California, they don't make you install an ultra low NOx above 2,000 feet.
They don't.
No. But here in
everything's above 2,000.
Here, everything is. So what are you talking about?
So
we don't even know
in California, if you're above 2,000,
you don't have to use ultra low NOx.
But here, so we have no idea how they will run at elevation.
We don't. You could be paying double for a furnace and have no idea how it's going to perform.
Wow. So what is the ultimate goal? Is it to get rid of gas-fired appliances? I was told that's the ultimate goal of our Colorado lawmakers, to get rid of gas. Is gas because it's that harmful to the environment?
No, it's ridiculous. It's one of the most economical fuel sources that we have. We have plenty of gas here in the state. Why we don't use our natural resources?
We're killing the gas industry is what we're doing.
And why?
Which is a big part of our economy.
Well,
So this is what I find shocking. I don't know what's going on. I swear to God, I don't know what's going on. Lawmakers do not think of long-range effects on the economy, on the state. They're destroying the state.
And how about their consumers? I mean, come on. You're going along and now you've got to pay double for what your furnace is.
No, that's what I'm saying. They're not looking at the effect on people. These guys, we have the worst set of lawmakers in this state than we've ever had, ever. And I'm not talking Republican or Democrat. I'm talking about common sense. They are absolutely out of their minds.
They're all Democrats. What are you talking about?
What I'm saying is, I understand, but I'm saying it's not, to me, a Democrat-Republican thing. It's a common sense thing is what I meant. I meant that, do Democrats want to destroy the state? Of course they don't. What is their goal, though? What is their goal? Is it truly to become another? What's that, Mark?
Global society. That's their goal.
Now, here's a text. I have a question about the low NOx furnace and water heaters. From what I've read, those don't work that well. Oh, okay. He just talked about at altitude. Low NOx is probably not going to work that well at all.
We don't know.
Okay.
We have testing from the manufacturers. We have laboratory type, data. But does that translate into the actual use in the home? I don't know. None of us do.
Okay, I'm sending that message. We don't know. Okay, we have another question here. Ask your guests about swapping out an old furnace for a new high efficiency furnace. When they've got to put a plastic vent pipe in, what do they do, especially in certain circumstances?
So that's the most difficult part. Is a lot of homes are finished basements. In the middle of the basement is the mechanical room. So it's hard to get the PVC out. They have come up with a new venting material, a new venting strategy, where we can actually vent up through the existing B vent out through the roof, using material that's been approved for use with high efficiency, a condensing furnace. But that venting is 5 times the cost of what typical venting would be. So it's more expensive, but less intrusive than maybe trying to run PVC out the side of a basement or out the side of a house.
Did you have some?
Yeah, Tom, I looked up the law that Mike referenced.
Okay, you were going to talk about that.
It's turning my hair white. There's so much worse.
Now, it's worse than what we're talking about. Tell me what you mean.
Yes, it also regulates standards for shower heads, urinals, toilets, faucets, and most disturbing of all.
What is this new thing? Is it called the dumbass bill? What is it?
Listen to this. It gets even more dumbass. Residential ventilating fans. So your bathroom, not yours, a typical bathroom is going to stay smellier for longer.
Yes.
As a result of this. Well, they can't, there are certain air moving limitations on these exhaust fans now. It also covers air purifiers. It also sets new standards for, those lamps they use in tanning salons?
Yeah.
There's new standards for that too. And by the way, I didn't know this, but it looks like on January 1st of last year, they outlawed fluorescent tube lamps.
What?
They did.
They outlawed fluorescent and compact fluorescents. They're all outlawed because...
Well, don't tell them what's in that studio then.
Yeah. By the way, it's a 42-page law. I'm only halfway through it. Oh, it also sets standards for thermostats that you put in your house.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
What's the change on the fart fans?
Well, I'm sure it's not for the better, Mark.
It's CFM of airflow, Mark.
They have to have less CFM. Mm-hmm. They want less air movement, so you have to heat less.
Mm-hmm. Dude, and I think next year they're going to add a requirement for those fans to inject a bad smell in your bathroom too.
Anybody who doesn't want a setback or programmable thermostat is out of luck. You can't sell and install the standard round button thermostat. They all have to be.
I hate smart thermostats. I hate them.
Yeah, well.
I've never programmed one in my life.
Yeah, and guess what? That's standard. So grandma who's 80 years old that needs a furnace, she's going to have to pay for a high efficiency furnace or out the wazoo for a standard efficiency. And the thermostats, she's not going to know how to work the thermostat.
Gas fireplaces, new standards for gas fireplaces.
Gas fireplaces too, yeah.
I'm surprised they just didn't outlaw them. Gas fireplaces.
That's a good point.
Because they're not necessary. What?
They essentially have.
Really?
So can you talk about that? So what do you mean by essential? Like they make it so difficult to find a legal fireplace now that it's not worth it?
Yeah.
Wow.
You're going to want to do electric. You're not even going to want the heat.
What about, what about stoves? Just regular gas-fired stoves. They have to be low NOx?
So you mean like kitchen appliances?
Yeah.
I haven't gotten to that part yet. Like I said, the law is 42 pages.
People, this is absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But it's the law. And Colorado, by the way, keeps getting more and more and more ridiculous. Okay? They are making this not only an expensive state, but an impractical state with on all fronts. Can these lawmakers actually look at themselves and say, we are improving this state? Think about it. Then add to that the sanctuary nature of everything. I mean, we are going nuts. Colorado is not going to be a destination state anymore to live. I mean, people are going to move away.
Well, it already is happening, Tom. If you look at the move-in, move-out data that's provided we went over that. You're absolutely right. Like that, it's already a net loss.
Hey, guys,
state.
Real quick, though. Stoves and countertops or ranges are not included in the new law, and dryers are not.
I'm surprised about that.
You mean gas-fired dryers? That's amazing. Okay.
Yeah, those are not. As of now, they can be later. And the fireplaces, it's kind of iffy the way I read it. It's interpreted as, yes, they are included, but some people are arguing the way the law was written, they're not included. So who knows?
All right. I'm Tom Martino. More coming right up.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplan today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, impact traffic.
Yeah, good lunch hour drive for us. Really not dealing with a whole lot. There's definitely no volume on the roadways. Very, very light. No accidents currently, although we had one at Wadsworth and Yale. That actually might be kind of in the cleanup stages. Southbound Santa Fe at Mississippi, some backups in that area. But nothing that's really going to hold up your drive. The Foothills Drive itself.
What's that? I'm going to have to cut out about
there's no more rock scaling, so no closure at the bottom of Floyd Hill. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
What should you do when everyone around you thinks differently than you do? This week on Red Pilled America, we tell the story of actor Nick Searcy, who's been able to survive and thrive inside Hollywood's culture of groupthink while remaining openly conservative. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America.
Hey, you know, in 1972, Larry Gravina started working for his father. In 1988, Larry Gravina opened up his own place. 950 West Evans, and Nick now took over. And they have all been in business for a cumulative total of almost 100 years. That is heritage. And they have 50 lines of windows, multiple lines of siding and doors. And they do free estimates always. So why don't you check them out? 303 Gravina, 303 Gravina, or Gravina's.com.
You know, it's so important to have the right lender. My son was buying his first house 4 or 5 months ago, tops. Listen to this. John Clace with CMG not only got him great rates and the lowest fees, but on top of that, from application to closing on his first house, he was actually done within 30 days. It was like 28 days. That's incredible. I personally use them. My wife personally uses them. We have their all-in-one loan, which is a 30-year line of credit on the equity in our house we can pay up and pay down. We have numerous listeners have used them for reverse mortgages. Once again, you're going direct. CMG, they lend out over $2 billion a month. You're going to love them. I want you to call John Clace. He's one of the big dogs around. You can reach him directly at 303-882-6679. That's 303-882-6679. By the way, John Clace is NMLSID 271003.
Do you know that senator from Louisiana, John Kennedy?
Yeah.
He has a book out. It's how to fix stupid or something. And I got it on my audio book. He's hilarious. He is. So I have to get the name of it exactly. How to test negative for stupid.
Oh.
Water coolers. Water coolers. Yeah.
Gas fired?
No. Just water coolers like the office. Energy. Oh. Yeah. Does he want to eliminate the process?
Oh. I swear to God, it's amazing. This fucking... It's amazing. Just bullshit. So, I got a doctor's appointment today to go over brain mapping. I don't know why, but
Sounds interesting.
yeah, they map your brain for electromagnetic, for what do they call it? EMG. Like they want to see what your brain, where it's firing and where it's not. And what areas of the brain are stimulated more than others, and then what to do about it. The idea is to get the lobes operating. Like sometimes people have just, like their frontal lobes start shutting down, or they have overactivity in one area or another. It's supposed to tell you how to balance your brain. What's that? Okay, now they're all different. They're all different kinds of treatments. Some I would never do, but there are all kinds. Some are electromagnetic stimulation, literally, a cap that sends electrical impulses to get more of the synapse firing. Others are meditation. Others are diet, supplementation, and one I will never do is microdosing of hallucinogens. I just don't believe in that shit. I'm not going to sit there and fucking trip in a chair. I mean,
they do that a lot though for the
they do ketamine. It's ketamine. And it scares the living piss out of me. I would never do it.
There's absolutely nothing in the law to prohibit the installation and service stuff. So that's good.
You mean even afterward?
You just can't sell it. But if somebody like our caller has one, it's
Well, what about after they go up and buy it in Wyoming?
That doesn't seem to be prohibited. We can't sell it. Distributors can't sell it, but maybe a customer could go around and buy it. But not too much. Yeah, there's nothing. The law's too fresh to really know where we're going with that. So.
Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here. I have Mike Robinson with me from SmithPinkTrucks.com. That's their website for Smith Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, Electric Drains. Let's talk to Jay. You have a comment on the new emission standards. Jay, go ahead. What is your comment?
If I'm not mistaken, to create this kind of output, you have to have a very, very high temperature for NOx. We don't get those temperatures out of our appliances, so they're putting out virtually none already. So to suddenly have Pullis and his moron crew doing this is probably just so that they can run some of the deplorables out of Colorado and leave the lefty idiots to vote for them. And yeah, it makes it so much easier.
So are you saying that in order to get the benefit of low NOx, you have to have a higher temperature?
Yeah, it takes somewhere around 2,500 degrees if I'm remembering right.
So you're saying even though it's low NOx, we're not going to be getting the lower efficiency?
We're getting nothing.
It's doing no good whatsoever?
It's an absolute scam.
So how do you know that?
It would be immeasurable. Well, if you look in, say, an internal combustion engine, the NOx output is almost nothing until you are overheating horribly bad in your cylinders, and that reaches around 2,500 to 2,800 when your NOx start flying up. Otherwise, they're practically immeasurable.
So are you saying right now regular efficient furnaces are not putting out many NOx to begin with?
Probably couldn't measure it.
So we're not. So you're basically saying what I thought. There's hardly any benefit whatsoever to doing all of this. Warren, you have a question on new appliances. Go ahead, Warren.
Yeah, I put a new furnace and water heater in my home, like 2 years ago from Allen Services, but I just had a question. So am I going to be, I mean, I don't get this. Are they saying my furnace is no good?
No. What they're saying is you put it in, you're under the old emission standards. What kind of furnace do you have? Do you have an 80% efficient furnace?
Looking, I don't remember.
Okay. Well,
I mean,
we can service the existing install base in perpetuity. There's no rule that says you can't service an existing install. So you've got 14 to 20 years, depending on the maintenance you do on it, in that furnace, where you'll be fine. And there's no law that says the law does not exclude you from continuing to service and use that furnace.
Yeah, and remember, these laws are all fluid. It depends who's in the office.
Yeah,
that's true. I was just, okay, so say we sell our house in the next year or two and want to move, is that going to be an issue? No. That's my thing.
No. As long as it's operational, or if you have some kind of a greenie in your house that say, I'm not going to buy a house that doesn't have high efficiency. I mean, there might be people who do that. I don't know. But as far as the operation goes, as long as it's operating properly, it should not impede the sale of your home at all because it has the old efficiency. In fact, some people...
How do you...
Go ahead.
Sorry, how do you know if it's high efficiency? I'm assuming it is because it's brand new, you know.
Well, it's got PVC. If it's a condensing furnace, that's high efficiency. It'll have PVC intake and exhaust, or at least for sure exhaust. So if you have PVC coming out of the top of your furnace, as opposed to B vent or metal venting. Metal venting is used on the 80 pluses, and PVC is used on the high efficiency condensing furnaces.
And also you can look at a data plate.
It is PVC.
And the data plate would have something in it. Thank you, Warren. 303-713-8255. So the message is this. The message is that if you're going to do replacements, do it with existing inventory if you want to save money, or just go with the high efficiency now and be done with it, and not only save money on the installation in the future, but you save money on operating and on fuel cost, energy costs in the future. It really is, like I said, we're all going to be victim to new legislation. People are getting weirder and weirder and weirder. Now, I'm told that the pendulum swings back and forth. And, you have ultra liberal crazy stuff, then you have ultra conservative crazy stuff, and it swings back and forth. But I'm going to tell you, I don't see any time within the next 10 to 20 years where this state's going to be anything but ultra liberal. I can't see it. They have put too many checks and balances in effect, and you're just not going to have them. And the people moving in are crazy. So you're basically going to have crazies in Colorado for the next 10 to 20 years. We have more coming up.
Now, impact traffic.
Pretty calm drive throughout the Denver metro before we hit the 1 o'clock.
Sure,
One
man.
incident on the north end of town.
Thank you.
Fire, 128th Avenue at Colorado Boulevard. It does look like cars and trucks are getting past this one just fine. Watch out for your crews if you are in that part of town.
Are you
I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through town. I-70 east and westbound. Easy driving to and from the D.
By the way, there's toilet paper on the back of the toilet.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll tell the tale of Rosa Parks in her own words. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
All right. If you want to be a landlord without the conventional risks and hassles, then you're going to want to look at the Vestera way. Vestera helps you identify properties in markets around the country that have strong economies, good legislation, and good pricing, and equity upswings are basically a potential. So they find great markets. And when you buy a home, they will help you find a management company to help you manage it, and they take care of every aspect along with you. Then when it comes time to sell, they step in and help you sell the home for profit, anywhere from 2 to 3 years. So if you want this kind of relationship, FesteraTurnkey.com. Become a landlord. 303-888-3788. That's 888-3788.
You know, the closer we all get to retirement, the more I want you to think of that guaranteed pension account, money for retirement that you can't outlive. No more stock market danger, and basically you get a bonus too, a 15% bonus. But it's always going to be tax-free access to your money.
We have fucking
and
crazy.
The biggest part is you're not going to lose any principal ever. You simply do not lose it. But I want you to call my friend Joe Piano over at mymoneymyway.com. In fact, he also has a best-selling book on retirement that he'll give you for free. Give him a call, 303-779-6600. It's important you start thinking about this stuff. 303-779-6600.
Such control. I just don't know.
You see, what we have, you have concentrations. Wherever you have concentrations of people, you have liberal.
Mm-hmm.
Wherever you have free-thinking people and spread out, they're conservative.
Yeah,
around the country.
Well, look at our map, the electoral map. All of the liberal voting comes from major cities.
That's it.
That's it. Like the rest of the country is literally red.
Mm-hmm. That's right. And they control. And the problem is that's going to take control because you know most of the country is conservative, but you'd never know it because of the entertainment industry and the big cities.
Well, this whole thing, what's interesting, because my wife and I were talking about that, this whole thing with Nicki Minaj coming out as a Trump supporter, wearing her MAGA hat and stuff like that, is the first chink in the armor of the entertainment industry that had total control, because she's big.
Yeah, there's other entertainers that were MAGA.
But not. They were entertainers already to the MAGA community.
Yeah.
Right? Now you have entertainment to the non-MAGA community.
No, I know. I can't stand that Hollywood and the entertainment industry. They're all freaking unbelievable. I mean, is there like a closed club or what?
Yeah, it's sickening, actually. And I don't know how they're making any money. When was the last time you thought about going to see a movie?
I know.
Like, my wife and I were kidding about that the other day, too. It's like, we haven't said, hey, let's do dinner and a movie in, 6 years? 7 years? Like, when we sit down, we watch maybe some of the shows, right? Like some of the...
I know.
But we don't watch a movie. When was the last time you watched a movie? Even the shows you don't watch because there's so much crap in there. I don't know. I don't know where we're going with it, but the divide is getting wider, not narrower, and that's not usually leads itself to some harmonious life.
Well, it's pretty hard to argue no taxes on tips, on Social Security and other stuff. The policies speak for themselves.
Yeah, except of course in Colorado where they don't. The federal law is there, but the state goes, oh no, we're still charging taxes on all of that.
Yeah.
I filed yesterday.
Oh, you did?
Well, I didn't owe anything, and they didn't give me anything.
Well, it's until it didn't start. It didn't start until January of this year.
What would keep an employer from saying some of the money I'm paying you is in a tip?
Rolled over into next year's estimates.
If you do a good job, at the end of the year, you're going to get a tip.
I got all mine finally. Like Tom said last week,
I don't know that answer.
I'm sure there's stuff in the law itself where you couldn't do that.
Service industry, we're service industry. Tip maybe has to come from
I did my kid's taxes. You know, he's a bartender.
Yeah.
And no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. Very much helps.
Yeah, I mean, federally, here's the biggest thing too, though, from a tax perspective, is that if that's federal income tax, it doesn't apply to
State,
Social Security and Medicare.
Oh,
Depends
okay.
on the state. He
Okay.
lives in Arizona, and Arizona actually,
Thank you, brother.
yeah.
Doesn't charge Social Security.
Tonight from 6 to 9 on 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Hey, have you heard about the Costco meat box scam? Well, don't fall prey to it. Okay, here's what they say. They say that a bunch of meat gets damaged in delivery, and Costco boxes up this meat and are selling it. It's a scam, okay? If you haven't heard about it, good, but it's sweeping the country. They're saying that, Costco does such a big business that when they have damaged crates or boxes with meat in it, they sell the meat separately, and they call it the Costco meat box scam. Okay, so it is a scam. Just want to let you know, absolutely, positively stay away from that. Speaking of scams, okay, we have a big one when it comes to the gold and silver right now. And we're going to talk about this coming up on how not to be a victim. A lot of people don't know how to buy gold and silver. And as a result, they're getting scammed into thinking they're buying gold and silver when they're buying nothing. Because how would you know if gold or silver is custodied or in custody where they say it is? I mean, it's not like you're going to go and look it up. Another thing, listen to this one. This I find hard to believe. What would you say U.S. workers in general, the majority, have saved in their retirement account? The majority of U.S. workers right now, what would you say they have saved in their retirement?
76,000.
25,000.
Okay. Listen, most U.S. workers, this comes from actual statistics. U.S. workers have less than, I'm telling you the truth, you're not going to believe it, less than, ladies and gentlemen, $1,000.
No way.
No, honest to God, that's what they say, less than $1,000, underscoring how underprepared Americans are for retirement. Anyway, that's it. By the way, we're going to say goodbye to Mike. He has to run. Mike Robinson, and thank you for being here.
Pleasure, Tom. Thanks for having me.
Trucks.com, 719-392-4269. I'm Tom Martino with Marc Mager. More coming right up.
Thanks for having me, Tom.
It was really good. Thank you.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff going on, man.
Life.
A lot of stuff going on.
Is, I have to tell you, I am going to be retired before Trump leaves office. I'm not going to go through this with another administration. I've decided that I cannot continue to fight the good fighting.
You work not probably, I know you do. You work way harder than me. People always ask, why are you working? I'm 72. I'm really retired. I mean, if you think about it, I got out of full-time TV and out of the rat race. I do this. But this is, I don't want to make it sound like it's nothing, but it's not hard work. I mean,
well, you have you're extending years and years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, it's fun.
And it's fun to help people. And
this is more of a, I don't want to, this is like a hobby for me that I love, that pays money.
Yeah.
It's not really like you are, and I mean this, guys like you work your asses off. There's always something biting at your ass. I mean, you have to constantly be in a battle. It's way more energy than
a fun one right now. This is fun.
Yeah.
This was my Friday night at 7:00. You ready?
Yeah, I was at a location.
One of my duct cleaners.
That's a long way. You have to go.
Right.
They're very good, high quality.
Long time.
One of my duct cleaners left when we cleaned it. You put up like a blanket cover on top of a furnace.
Yeah.
He left the fucking thing on.
Oh no.
Caught on fire.
Oh no.
So I get a call at 7 o'clock. So, but this is our company. Now what? So by 5 the next day, we had the furnace changed out, the ducts re-cleaned and sanitized, the family in a hotel room. By 1 day later, we had the remediators there, all the stuff done, all the clothes bagged up. Yesterday, we had it to the people who were starting to process and clean all their things. Today, they're chemically wiping down the home, wiping down everything in there. The family will be back in by Thursday. That's awesome. But so from a customer service perspective, that's what we do.
Yeah.
But think about that call at 7 o'clock for a $670 duct cleaning.
Jesus Christ. Is that employee still working?
No.
See you, brother. Nice seeing you.
You look so much better.
Thank you. I'm feeling better. Yeah, I went through some rough shit, bro.
Yeah, you did.
And, hey.
That's good. This is what Eva gave me for Christmas. She says you need to crucifix.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
She goes, you're worried that to me.
No, you know, hey, man, their faith has so much to do with life. God almighty. Have you noticed the NFL, how sold out a lot of these players are? They have no qualms about talking about God and Christ and Jesus. And yeah, I know. See you, man. Okay.
Tom, you listening?
Yeah, what? Not what? I'm listening now. Yeah.
Hey, my wife, who was in banking forever, came up with a thing on this Bitcoin, but you have to act fast. If someone knows that they've been scammed and they're putting, money into the machine, if the police would do their job, go out, do a TRO on the machine or confiscate it.
Yeah, but they don't. That's the problem.
I mean, I know they don't, and they should, and they could get the money back until the case would be resolved.
Yeah, but they couldn't get the Bitcoin out of the account it was put into. So,
who cares? We're talking about the cash that the people put in there.
Yeah, but what would stop anybody from doing that? I fund my own Bitcoin, I like that, Bitcoin, and then call the cops. I get my cash back, and I have it in my account.
False reporting, that would be a crime, but...
Mike's a good guy. So we'll see if they say I have a brain, how much of it's left, what chemo did to it. I must have really looked bad. Everybody is telling you that. Everyone is telling me when they come back and see me now, they say, you were really looking bad. You know what? Everyone was kind not to tell me that.
Yeah, well, I think that's more deal.
I remember days I was here and I would leave here and go to the emergency room. You remember that? Oh my! And I couldn't stop shivering.
I was an investigator with the Arapahoe County Sheriff.
God,
that sounds like a scam.
Just have a few questions for you if you could call me
But this
back.
show kept me going. It really did.
Good.
Otherwise, what was I going to do? I was going to shrivel up.
Green dots.
Shrivel up at the house.
Sit in front of the television all day?
Oh God, no.
See?
720-874-3600. Could be, but it could be spoofed.
Yeah. If you did that, your brain would be a lot smaller now.
Google Arapahoe County's non.
Your brain does shrivel. That's if you don't use it, you do lose it.
Yeah, that's what television will do for you.
My neurons are firing, man. I'm doing a lot of programming now. I'm learning a new language even now. It's called Genji and Python and Markdown, and I am doing so much with artificial intelligence. It's doing the work for our company of 5 people in designing portfolios and shit. You have to tell it, give it direction and parameters, but man, once you do that, but you're always troubleshooting code, but still that's better than That's better than counseling workers. But it is amazing how customized we can get for people. We give them an intake form on not just demographics, on age, time horizon, but there are a lot of behavioral questions that we give people. And it's amazing how it can reconcile their money desires along with their behavioral issues, to make sure that the investments are a good fit. And it's really cool. It's really.
I don't know. It could be.
Well, you're smart enough. You're not going to give them any money or anything.
Oh no.
You call them?
No, I'm not going to call them.
I mean, I would love to have someone call me. That I never get those calls.
I don't know.
From the IRS or
It's been great. Mornings 6 to 10 on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help us common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the only show of its kind anywhere. I'm along with Marc Mager and our deputies helping you solve problems, answer questions, and take complaints. Well, today we've learned a lot. We've learned that new environmental laws called ultra-low NOx will make it very, very, very expensive to get gas-fired appliances when they run out of 2025 stock. The new emission standards basically are going to make it crazy expensive. In fact, some of the older gas appliances aren't going to be worth buying anymore. You may as well go for high efficiency, which has those stricter emission standards built in already. For example, an 80% furnace used to cost you about, at an entry level, around $5,000. They're going to be up to around $10,000, whereas a high efficiency is not much more. So again, that's all depending on the company. But the bottom line is the new emission standards are making them cost prohibitive. But the crazy part about this, and I did research it during the break, is the low NOx, the ultra low NOx in Colorado will virtually do no good to the environment. It's not going to do harm to the environment, but it's not going to improve much because ultra low NOx only works on higher temperatures that we do not achieve in Colorado. Therefore, at higher elevations, the ultra low NOx, it doesn't even work. So we have a bunch of stupid, moronic, dumb ass legislators who enacted legislation. Was there any testimony from the industry? Did anyone oppose them? Does anyone go to public hearings anymore? We've enacted in this state ultra low NOx emission standards. I'd like to get one lawmaker on who voted for it and ask them, why did you do it? They're going to tell you to improve our air quality. Well, guess what? For ultra low NOx to work, you have to have a gas-fired appliance that reaches certain temperatures. And in this state, at this elevation, it is impossible to reach those higher temperatures. Therefore, the benefit is nil, nothing, zippo. Think about that. That's how stupid our lawmakers are. God Almighty, we need somebody intelligent to run for office. So here's the thing. Ultra low NOx, no good. In fact, even in California, they're not forcing low NOx on people above 2,000 feet. Even in California, what they're saying is if you live above 2,000 feet above sea level, you don't have to use ultra low NOx. Why? Because there is no benefit to it. Yet we have pushed it on everyone in this state. So are you listening right now? Are you listening? Call your lawmakers and tell them how stupid they are. Or I swear to God, I wish there was one lawmaker, I know they listen, one lawmaker with enough nerve to call this show and defend the ultra low NOx emissions. They don't defend it. Just you have Polis and his boys go out with their lobbying efforts and talk to our lawmakers. This state is absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely, positively ridiculous. Okay. Speaking on other topics, because I got to get away from this low NOx. It's making me sick because we have enacted this that it'll raise prices and do no good to the environment. Let's talk about something else. This Savannah Guthrie thing, her mom, it's scaring the hell out of me. I mean, think about this. Why did they take her mom? Was it to get back at her? Did they know they were taking her mom? And if you look at the video now released, you can see the guy going up and taking the camera off with a ski mask on. How did he get into the house? How did he take her? Where did he take her? And why aren't they demanding ransom? The FBI says the current people demanding ransom aren't probably the genuine kidnappers because they haven't given proof of life, nor have they given any details that only kidnappers would know. So we have this video of this guy in a ski mask. It's chilling, for God's sakes. It's like out of a horror movie. And she was taken, and she has a pacemaker, and she needs medication, and she can't take either. This is something we all identify with. No matter what we feel about Savannah Guthrie and her politics or her style, whatever, everyone can identify with this heartbreak that she's feeling, thinking about our parents. I joked about this, that if they took my mom, they would bring her back. But I'm telling you, this is a sad, sad state of affairs. Mark, do you think she's still alive? What do you think?
Boy, I don't know. I don't know. I'd like to hope she's alive.
Man, I'll tell you what. You know, Mark's mother would kick ass, though. I'll tell you that. She's a feisty woman. It's sad, though. It really, really is sad. So let's talk about some other stuff. Okay, this is amazing. We're talking about Valentine's Day. Do you know why Valentine's Day is such a big holiday? Because of the economy. It pumps billions. I did not know that. Now, it all started with St. Valentine, for those, and St. Valentine was put in prison. And he started writing to his lover.
What?
That's how it all started.
When was that?
Oh, God.
When did St. Valentine walk the earth?
I had it all pulled up earlier today, but you can look it up. St. Valentine was thrown into prison, and then he started writing love letters.
What was he thrown in the slammer for?
I don't know. I'll look at it. I have it somewhere here. I really do. And I'll tell you about it. But here's what I want to tell you. How much do you think this holiday generates in the economy? $29.1 billion. $21.9 billion. And that includes probably the vacuums and frying pans and toasters that Mark buys for Suzanne. It's amazing to me what he does. You want to talk romance? I don't know. Suze ought to call and defend him. But why do you think Mark is romantic? Do a survey. Do a poll. Do you think a vacuum cleaner is a sufficient present? A vacuum cleaner or a frying pan? Now, I guess for a gourmet cook, a frying pan could do something. But $29 billion on this holiday. I wonder how that compares to Christmas. Actually, look that up for me. I wonder. Anyway, $200 is the average a consumer spends on Valentine's Day. $200. How much did that vacuum cost, Mark? Was it $200? Or if you add the frying pan to it, it might come out to $200. Anyway.
Okay, Tom. So
go ahead.
Looks like, well, according to the Google,
yeah,
U.S. economic contribution in the Christmas season of 2025 exceeded $1 trillion.
Oh my gosh! Oh my God! Yeah, I didn't realize
Valentine's Day is nothing.
Oh no! The most popular gift categories. Okay, we all know what the first one is, right? What would you say of all the categories of gifts? What's the most popular?
Jewelry.
No. Candy.
Oh, of course. That makes sense because candy is really affordable.
What's the second?
Flowers.
Yes, you're right. Yeah. Third?
Jewelry.
Greeting cards.
Oh, God, how cheap.
Fourth, an evening out, a date night.
Oh, yeah, that I can see.
Fifth is jewelry.
Hey, I'm
25% of the people spend money on jewelry, yet 56% on candy, 41% on flowers, 41% on greeting cards, 39% have a date night, and 25% buy jewelry. Yes?
Huh.
What were you going to say?
No. Oh, I'm surprised date night doesn't rank higher.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. And that's one of the people say it doesn't rate higher because date nights are something people start doing during the year, and it's not special for Valentine's Day.
And they're pretty expensive nowadays.
The most expensive gift categories. Now, we talked about the most popular. Most expensive jewelry is number one. The evening out is number two. Now, 83% buy for a romantic partner. The rest buy for friends and relatives. So what would you think if I gave you a Valentine? I said, Happy Valentine's Day. More and more people are sending greeting cards and gifts or giving gifts to friends when it comes to Valentine's Day. 83% though, still for romantic partners. And 58% buy for and this is overlap. It doesn't add up to 100. What I mean is 83% of 100% people do romantic. 58% of that 100% buy gifts also for family members. 35% buy gifts for their pets.
Oh, yeah.
Mark, what are you giving Nico for Valentine's Day?
A walk.
A walk.
You going to walk your dog?
Yeah, walk your dog. That was always a joke about a restaurant. Walk your dog. Anyway, I'm not going to tell you what kind of restaurant, but we did have a guest in the show one time that said he, honest to God, grew up eating dog. Remember, Mark?
Good Lord.
No,
yeah, he did.
He really did.
Absolutely did. There was no joke about it.
No, he said he grew up eating dog.
The only restaurant near his house or his village, that's what they served, was dog.
And that's where we got the joke, walk your dog. Anyway, 34% buy gifts for themselves.
Oh, that's pathetic. For Valentine's?
That's hard for me to believe.
Yeah, I've never.
No. It says the percentage of Americans expected to buy gifts for themselves. Yeah, 33% Americans buy for friends. 27% of Americans buy gifts for their kids. Mark, do you do anything for your kids for Valentine's Day?
Not in lots and lots of years.
21% buy gifts for coworkers. So there you go, Mark. 21% of us will give gifts for Valentine's Day. So if Mark gets a Valentine.
Sometimes I question where you get this stuff.
See, like, Mark,
I have no idea.
I'll tell you where I got this.
Who gives a card to a friend?
Okay,
for
Mark.
Valentine's
Okay,
Day?
Mark challenges my sources. Do you want to know what the source is for all of this?
Artificial intelligence.
Valentine'sDay.com.
No, Britannica. What? Encyclopedia Britannica.
What the hell is that?
I didn't know they're still around.
Ever heard of Britannica, Mark?
Yeah, okay, so we're dating back 30 years?
No, this is done.
Did you get it in the grocery store? Where'd you get it?
Britannica.com 2025 survey. A 2025 survey for so it's based on 2025, but it's Encyclopedia Britannica's website. Yeah, that's right. And by the way,
you say that like it's a good thing.
Well, it's not a bad thing. I mean, they have a lot of data to draw from. And it's drawn from surveys according to 2025 statistics.
Oh, wait. I found a site, MontgomeryWards.com. They do surveys too. And they say not one person gives their friend a Valentine's Day card. Not one.
By the way, I can totally understand the workplace percentage because look at the sheer number and frequency of workplace romances.
Crap, I should have asked Mike this, damn it. Mike Smith, we should call him. Mike Robinson, I'm sorry. This came in as a text, and I wanted to ask him, and I forgot to get to it. So what do you think the answer is? Is it wise to close off vents in unused rooms? I looked it up.
I think it depends where those unused rooms are. If they're on a different floor, I could make the argument.
It says closing vents in unused rooms, according to one site for HVAC expert, says that it unbalances the system and it puts a strain on the system. There are vent options, however, that don't do that. The idea is to close off vents and open up others. And there's a Honeywell system. I have it in this house. The Honeywell system, which takes temperatures from different areas and opens and closes vents. But it actually says if you do it without a brain, without a brain that has these little activators that open and close vents, you actually spend more on energy bills.
Wait, is that because you're creating more resistance in the remaining air handling system, and the motor has to work harder to blow it? Okay.
Exactly. So you are actually causing a problem if you just go to the vent and turn it off. And what about this one? Do you think that cleaning ducts matter? Yes, it does. They absolutely matter. It increases airflow and efficiency. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I think I'm over time on a break. We have more coming right up.
iHeartRadio.
Olympics update.
The U.S. women's hockey team faces Canada today in the final preliminary round game. Forward Hannah Bilka says there's no need to change anything after a dominant Olympic start.
The excitement's going to be up, but just trying to stay level and, really just play our game and stick to that.
Team USA also looks to build on its figure skating success as 3 Americans compete in men's singles, with the top 24 advancing to Friday's free skate.
For NBC's live coverage from Italy, search Olympics on the free iHeartRadio app.
You know, we really do use our sponsors. Mark and Suzanne had a beautiful bathroom done by Discount Bath. You can too. DiscountBath.com. Here's what I love about them. They'll give you a price without coming to your home. That's how confident they are that you're going to get the best prices and the best value for your bath. DiscountBath.com. When you answer questions, you get this exclusive link, which is private for you only. That's where you upload a video of your project. So take your smartphone and video the area. Tell them what you want. A walk-in shower, a double vanity. You want to move the toilet, move a wall. Do it in the hallroom bath, in the Jack and Jill bath, in the master bath, or in that unfinished area in the basement, and they'll come back with a price. 720-979-2322 or discountbath.com. Now, Sheridan Auto Tech. I love Uncle Kevin's team he's assembled. Do you know I spent, I believe, $249 on my 30,000-mile checkup for my Beamer? It would have been, what do you think at the dealer? Come on, take a guess.
Gonna go with $1,700. What's that?
$1,400.
Okay.
$1,400. They did it, no fooling, for $249. They do all kinds of maintenance and repairs for your car, and you'll save a ton from what a dealer charges. Also, they do pre-buy inspections. So any service, any maintenance, including electrical, SheridanAutotech.com, 303-455-7242. $249.
That is awesome.
Unbelievable.
All right, well, I'll have more topics for just you and me then. I always have topics for...
Okay, so here's...
I can't verify if he's going to actually revisit that. I mean, I can put a bug in his ear, but that's about all I can do. Unless you have specific questions.
TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. All right. Among the many things that people are being ripped off on, by the way, is gold. Okay. We have gold scams going on right now. Why? Because people don't know how to buy gold. Now, I'm going to tell you one of the safest way to buy gold. I'm not telling you you're going to make the most money. I'm not telling you it's the only way to buy gold, but we're doing it at Wave 8 Capital. And what that is we are doing ETFs that are based on gold. So the ETFs, the exchange traded funds, go out and trade gold. We have been making a killing doing that. But it's not the same as buying gold. You can actually buy gold and take custody, or buy gold and have someone else house it. But you have to be careful because people think they're buying gold when they're not. Okay. So what we do at Wave 8 Capital is we do ETFs, making really good money when gold is good. When gold is not, it makes less money. I mean, that's what an ETF does. What I like about exchange traded funds is that the fund is usually based on something. You can have a high-tech ETF. You can have a gold ETF. Now there are Bitcoin ETFs. So, or crypto ETFs. ETFs are really good. They're diversified within themselves. And I digress because I do want to talk about gold, but just a word on ETFs. ETFs have made investing much safer and really well for retirement accounts because they grow tremendously over time. And they're indexed to whatever you buy. So you can buy one indexed to gold and silver, one indexed to Bitcoin. You can buy one indexed to the S&P 500. And they have consistently made money over the long haul. Okay, they have ups and downs. But within an ETF, exchange traded funds, you have a fund, you have a manager, or you have some artificial intelligence, and then you have acquisition of securities and sale of securities for your ultimate return. It's just really making investing quite easy if you pick the right ETFs. When you mix that with good stocks, you have a well-balanced portfolio. Now, let's talk about gold, though. Dimitri gave me permission to talk about this, Deputy D, so he does gold in a different way.
Well, I do it in two ways. All of my retirement funds are 100%.
100%. Now, The reason I think you might be missing out on that is if you put retirement funds in there, you're not getting the benefit of tax deferred because you don't pay tax on the increase in value anyway. Okay.
Wait.
Here's what I mean.
Yeah.
If you put retirement money in another kind of investment, the gains that you don't pay tax on because they're deferred.
Right.
With gold, you don't pay on increased value anyway until you sell it. On your gold, you're not going to pay any tax on the increase of your value.
By physical gold?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. But remember, I said ETFs are only half of the way I invest in gold. So my non-qualified funds are invested in physical gold, which I take possession of.
Now, did you hear what he just said? So his gold ETFs are for qualified money because qualified money.
Account.
Right. But he is literally he's making gold almost like a qualified account because the gold is purchased at a base price and the increases are not taxed. It's exactly like a qualified account.
Oh, you mean, are you contrasting the two?
Yeah.
Like,
I'm saying that you have turned your physical gold investing into basically almost a qualified account.
Yeah, because I haven't sold any.
Yes,
so
exactly.
I get hit with a tax bill until sometime when I sell it in
retirement.
Right.
Just like a retirement account.
Exactly.
So literally, when you buy physical gold and put it away and it grows each year.
That's right.
You're not paying tax on that growth.
No, you're not taxed.
So you're kind of making like a retirement account with it.
But that's true for just about any investment vehicle, right? If I bought stock, in Intel or something like that, I won't be taxed on it until
by the way, lawmakers were talking. Do you remember when they were talking about taxing increased value?
Oh, yeah.
Think about that. Think about how crazy that would be if you paid on what your phantom increase was, and then it goes back down. Do you get credit for that? Anyway. So physical gold, how do you not get ripped off? Because there's two ways of buying physical gold. You buy physical gold and somebody warehouses it for you, or you warehouse it.
Yeah, warehousing is kind of a strong word considering the size of my holding.
No, of course. A cigar box.
I just hide it in the cat's sandbox. So I feel like that's secure.
But truly, have you purchased gold where someone else takes possession?
Oh, absolutely not. What's the point of owning gold? Right? I mean, no, and it's unnecessary because you're really holding on to physically very small quantities of it. I mean, you can hold $1 million in your hand.
A lot of money. A cigar box will hold a substantial amount.
About $1 million.
Wait, are you kidding me?
No, I'm not. That's $5,000 an ounce, and
So you can get $1 million in a cigar box.
Yeah, you can put about 200 gold eagles into a cigar box.
So you're not talking about a lot of room anyway. So when you take custody of gold, you simply hide it. Now, do people use safe deposit boxes for that?
I'm sure a lot of people do. But, if you read a typical, and by the way, that's another interesting topic. If you look at the contract that you signed with a bank for the safe deposit box, did you know it says they're not responsible for the contents of your safe deposit box? You take all the risks. So if they get burglarized or if there's some kind of an incident, that's right. I've never seen a safe deposit box contract where they're responsible for the contents.
Now, according to investigators, the gold scams begin with high-pressure phone calls. You've heard of these.
We had a call like that last summer from a lady.
They pose, by the way, sometimes as bank security. Oh, wait, we're talking about not just sales. This is where they say your money is in danger and you need to convert it into gold for safekeeping, and we'll let you know when you can deposit money back. They say purchase the gold, and the scammers send a courier to pick up the money.
Right, but that is substantially different from the type of call that we got last summer. That's even more evil. This lady, who's a retired public school employee, got a call from a high-pressure salesman in Florida, of course. Where else?
To buy gold.
To buy gold with her qualified funds.
Right.
So he had her open an IRA account at a trustee, and then
she opened up a real account.
She did at a trustee.
Yes.
That can take physical possession of gold.
Got it.
He's not allowed to because these are qualified funds that he's using. Well, here's the insidious part of this, and this is super common. The salesman who sold her the gold did sell her gold, but he sold it at twice the going rate. He also sold her silver at 2.5 times the going rate. And the reason he was able to get away with it is what these salesmen do is they don't sell you really common, easily tracked types of gold like eagles or maple leaves or the Chinese pond.
Or the bars,
right? They have these really obscure coins. In this lady's case, it really was a gold coin minted on some obscure island off the coast of New Zealand.
Way more expensive than the actual gold.
He charged her twice the price.
So they don't know what volume they're getting, literally. They don't look at the per ounce, they look at per coin.
Yeah, exactly. And that's how this guy got away with it.
And because it's a real retirement account with real gold coins, it looks really legit. But when you actually ferret it out, you see that the dollar cost averaging there is twice as much as the going market.
Well, absolutely. And that's the reason they use these obscure products rather than maple leaves, for example.
So if you're going to buy gold, we're going to have some tips for you on how to buy it and how to make sure you're getting the right form of gold coming up. I'm Tom Martino.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Ryan Schuling, mornings at 6. Dan Kaplis, afternoons at 4. This is Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW. Now, impact traffic.
An incident on the south end of town, I-25 southbound, left lane block between Orchard Road and Arapahoe, right under the Yosemite overpass there. It's only seeing a couple minutes of delays with safety patrol and police on site. I-25 northbound showing highway speeds through town. On the north end, we have reports of a minor accident, I-270 eastbound, just after York Street with some stop and go from I-25. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll share the story of how an unlikely alliance brought about religious freedom. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Alliance Roof and Solar, they used to be Red Rocks RS, Red Rocks Roof and Solar, but Alliance right now have shifted their focus to commercial systems, and you may be in line for one, even if you have a home-based business or an agribusiness. Call them for details. Or you might be a landlord. You want to put solar in your apartment house or duplex, or you may have a warehouse or a factory, a small business, a large business. Alliance can handle your solar system. Why? Because government incentives help commercial systems get paid for. Up to 60 and 70% of the system will be paid for by government incentives. Then you can make positive cash flow selling that power back to the end user. 303-704-2449. Call Alliance for more information. 303-704-2449 or redrocksrs.com. Okay, let me.
What do you mean, good sir?
And
what is the other call sign purpose of that? You know,
what do you mean call sign?
Well, you hear it on the radio a lot of times. This is KRFX.
It's our legal ID. It's where the transmitters. It's our call letters.
So the transmitter gets like a different call sign in KO.
Because we've got two. We've got the HD signal and the KHO signal. So yes, once an hour you have to mention the KHOW and the secondary one, which is KO.
We did that at the police department. They actually had to do that too. You know, that we had one call sign, and then I don't think they did it every hour, but they had to do it so often. Yeah, I often wondered what was the other call letters for.
Yeah, call letter. Yeah. It's to identify the station, and you have to say where the transmitters are located. So
I hear them say that.
Yeah, Denver, Boulder, or things of that nature. So okay. For KOA, you're here, 850 KOA, Denver. For the Fox, when I was working on the Fox forever, it was KRFX Denver, Boulder. So
yeah, and this is KRFX
too. Yeah.
So. Yeah. Okay. Yep. I knew you would know.
Yeah.
What happened to Kelly?
Kelly, what do you mean? What happened to Kelly? She just wanders off. She gets up and.
Stupid
Shiny, gone.
You get it figured out?
Yeah.
Okay.
The transmitter has a different call sign or has its own call sign.
Have you ever won a raffle?
I don't enter many raffles anyway.
So, weird thing, I used to do a lot of fundraisers for nonprofits and stuff like that. So, we'd in order to support whatever organization it was, we'd enter raffles. I never won anything. Frickin' Adam has won like 10 times.
For the same simple one-day treatment I received. AdvancedHair.com.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, with Marc Mager, Marc Mager. And I got Deputy D. We were talking about gold. He does a lot of gold buying. As I said, at Wave Capital, we do the gold buying mainly with ETFs. But he was talking about buying gold and taking possession and how to do it safely. And don't ever do it when you're solicited on the phone, ever, ever, ever.
Or Craigslist.
And always buy forms of gold that are uniformly accepted. And usually you should buy a form of gold that comes in an ounce, right? For each, or you want to have fractions of an ounce so you can calculate the cost to be sure you're not paying more.
Exactly.
Okay. So a lot of obscure coins or obscure kind of collectibles, let's say, you're paying more than the cost of gold. Don't ever do that. Don't ever do that. You pay for the cost of gold, maybe a slight commission to the salesperson selling it to you, but you want to know that you can multiply it out and that you're not paying more than the market. Then what?
Then what? Well, then you hold it. But are you wondering about where to get it?
But how do you? That's right. I want to know safe places based on personal experience.
Oh, absolutely.
This is golden stuff, people, to know this. Go ahead.
Well, if you're just getting started and you don't know any of the local guys, like there are some very reputable local, physical brokers. But if you're just getting started and you have no one to introduce you to those guys, there are two really great online resources, extremely reputable, extremely established businesses. One is Kitco. I'm sure you've heard of that. That's where we all go for our gold and silver quotes. KITCO. They're out of Canada, but they ship worldwide. They ship into Canada. I mean, into the United States from Canada.
How do they ship?
I assume it comes by.
I mean, have you had it shipped to you?
No, I've always bought from local guys that I know. But Kitco is a very reputable place. You can wire them money. They'll take credit cards. You can send them a check, whatever you want. And what I like about Kitco, and the other one called APMEX, that's an American company. I believe they're in Texas.
And how is that spelled?
American Precious Metals Exchange. So APMEX. And they're a direct competitor to Kitco. Now, both of those websites show you what their inventory is, their asking price. But what I really like about them, they also show you what they're buying that same product for today.
So you know exactly what you're paying.
You're exactly what you're paying. And if you
So when you look up a spot market for gold, you can expect you're going to pay a little more than that.
A lot more.
A lot more. Why?
Well, first of all, gold's been super hot.
No. I know. But I'm talking about the spot price of gold. You pay more than that when you go to a dealer because they have to make money.
Yeah, exactly.
But not a lot more.
It depends on the cheapest spread you'll get. The cheapest, it's called a premium. So the cheapest premium you'll get will be on 1 ounce coins. So there'll be your Krugerrands, Maple Leafs, and
about 10%.
About 2 to 5% right now.
Okay, that's not bad.
And then they get more expensive as you go down in denomination. So, for example, a 1/10 ounce American Eagle coin will probably run you 15-18% over spot.
Okay, I get. So commissions run anywhere from 2% or premiums 2% to 20%.
Yeah, and then you pay, some reasonable amount for insured overnight shipping from these places.
Okay. Are you comfortable giving out local sources?
No. With those guys, you have to be introduced to them by someone you know, and it's usually in person because they're afraid. They're not shady. They're just concerned about getting murdered. So, no, you definitely don't want to give out some guys.
And when you buy from local people, let's just talk about this.
Yeah.
How do you get introduced to these local people?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean,
how did you develop because people listening right now might think, I want to find somebody.
Yeah.
Okay. How do you find somebody?
Well, the one guy that I've been dealing with for about 25 years, I actually met him at a gun show where he had a table selling gold and silver.
Okay.
And he had his whole family over there.
What about some of these stores that you see, like along Broadway or along Colorado or University or wherever they are nowadays?
Yeah. There are a couple of reasons I don't shop at those, even though they're reputable places, but you'll typically have a much higher premium than you would at one of these big onlines.
Got it.
Plus Denver charges sales tax on these things.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. So when you meet the so-called guys, you meet them outside of Denver where you can legally transact without incurring a sales tax liability. So that's...
Hey, Dimitri?
Yeah.
My last gold coin that I bought was actually at Walmart. What do you think about them or Costco?
Costco is really big right now.
So you
reputable 1 ounce PAMP gold bars.
Oh, that's a great idea, Chopper.
Costco outside of Denver, probably like Centennial or Littleton, where they don't collect sales tax on it.
What would the premium be at a Walmart? I mean, at a Walmart.
I don't know. I didn't know Walmart sells.
Well, I meant Costco.
At Costco, it's a very reasonable. They're competitive with Kitco and APMEX. I'm really glad Chopper brought it up. I didn't even think about it because I don't have a Costco member.
Somebody just texted me, what is the going price right now for gold, or the value, the spot price?
It's about $5,050 today.
What do you think it's going to?
Oh, tens of thousands.
No. Don't you think it'll go back down? It'll never reach 2,500 again?
Well, that's probably unlikely, right? I mean, because there are very good fundamental reasons that gold is appreciating. And one of those is that the dollar is getting cheaper. So one way to look at it is it's not that gold is getting
it's just that it takes more dollars to pay for it.
Yeah, less valuable. So people are converting their cash into gold. So that's one of the reasons.
Do you think buying at $5,050 right now, or whatever you have to pay on top of that, do you think it's still worth getting?
Unquestionably.
Really?
Unquestionably.
Mark, do you own any gold?
No.
Have you ever thought about it?
No, not really. I got a gold chain.
You know what? Gold is I think gold is way safer than crypto.
Oh, incomparably so. I mean, crypto is fundamentally worthless, right? The only reason you would buy Bitcoin is that you're hoping to find somebody dumber than you to buy it at a higher price down the road.
Technically, you're right. I mean, the value is artificial.
There is no intrinsic value to it. It's strictly a vehicle for speculating.
That's a good way of putting it. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Hey, if you love talk about investing, I'd love to look at your portfolio, and we do that at wave8capital.com. We'd love to help you. Give us a call, 303-771-HELP, 771-4357. One thing I can tell you for sure, most people, when we do a review, convert to us. Why? Because we do direct portfolio management. We do not send it to bigger guys up the line and collect a middleman fee. We are responsible to you based on your goals and objectives. 303-771-HELP. You can call or text that number or go to wave8capital.com. Wow, that is amazing
now,
that you can do
traffic.
Costco.
An incident on the south end
amazing.
of town, I-25 southbound, left lane block between Orchard Road and Arapahoe, right under the Yosemite overpass there. It's only seeing a couple minutes of delays with safety patrol and police on site. I-25 northbound showing highway speeds through town. On the north end, we have reports of a minor accident, I-270 eastbound, just after York Street with some stop and go from I-25. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll share the story of how an unlikely alliance brought about religious freedom. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Vestera Turnkey is a system for buying rentals in promising markets around the country. Really, they're real estate people who find the best markets to buy your rental. They help you acquire the rental. They help you manage it through renting it out. They even have a system for taking your phone calls if you get any. And they help you when it comes time to sell it. The average hold time is anywhere from 2 to 3 years. They can even do 1031 exchanges at the end of the 3 years if you want to go into another rental. Find out more, VesteraTurnkey.com. A landlord you can become without the conventional risks and hassles. 303-888-3788.
I'm going to die. Tell me when. It doesn't have to be done today.
Well, you never know.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
You might be in a car accident.
You know what, Eric?
She brought up a good point.
So I'm going to go ahead and give you a call
if you had
at 10 a.m. tomorrow if you're available.
What does Eric want to talk about?
You got less than a minute coming.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know that.
Okay,
Thank you.
Perfect. Yep. All right, Eric. We're going to give you a call tomorrow, okay?
Okay, so I'm going to ask you a quick question. We have very little time. I want to ask about, is there a difference in actual quality of what you buy, or is it an ounce, an ounce, an ounce?
Do you want me to tell you now, or when you ask?
When we come back?
Yep.
Oops. Let me give these guys there.
Katrina thinks if she whispers, we can't hear her. Katrina Kalori.
Dimitri, you have any chipped or dented gold coins?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
You have any dented or chipped gold coins? I need one for my last grandkid.
I don't have any chipped or dented. Sorry, dude. And by the way, they wouldn't be cheap like a dented car. You know what I mean?
I didn't.
Hail damage?
Yeah, hail damage. I'll take a look at the bottom of my cat's sandbox, see if I can find something scratched up for you.
Okie doke.
I like that sandbox thing.
Yeah.
That's what we heard. Styles, or you go to one of those
Asian places.
Asian shops.
Yes, I have a very good Vietnamese.
Yeah,
I do.
they're good at that stuff.
I really think they have the corner on the market.
Oh, for sure. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Don't forget your jacket.
I won't. On my lap or iPad.
When I was new here and I didn't have a routine, I've forgotten my phone and I forgot my jacket.
You did? I've never had to come back for anything I've left here.
I assume it would still be here. I didn't come back for my jacket till the next day.
Steel headphones and quarter-inch to make it.
Okay. Okay.
Looks like we're done.
Okay.
Sports is about participation and inclusion. Tuesday on Ryan Schuling Live.
All right, I'm Tom Martino. Real quick, Deputy D, we're talking about investing in gold. He does some gold investing. Is there a difference in quality of one bar, or is an ounce, or is a coin, a coin? Does quality matter when you're buying gold?
Yeah, quality absolutely matters, which is why you have to stick to the quality products that I just mentioned.
Is there a percentage of purity?
Yeah, there is. So, for example, like a Canadian maple leaf is 99.99. A U.S. Eagle is about 22 karat, but it still contains an ounce of gold. So U.S. Eagle weighs a little more than an ounce.
So quality does matter. Hey, maybe we'll have more on this in the coming days and weeks. Give us a call or at 303-MARTINO and leave a message. Remember, 303-627-8466. Save all your problems for us. See you, man.
Tom Martino at Martino. And stay